Gonna verify that we're up and live, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll until we get our crew going here. So stream manager on Twitch. Looks like we are live on Twitch. Excellent. And YouTube is also live. Woo! Okay, we're here. We made it.
Nice.
I'll save the go live notification on Discord to let the realm know that we are live until once we have our first match. But I have a friend with me here. Eric is hanging out with us from the gamer and from our community. So yeah, how is life?
Good, man. It's a busy time of the year for video games. I've got Anime Expo next week. I've got some events this weekend for some upcoming games. So I've been traveling all around doing the game thing.
Yeah.
How about you?
It's good. Yeah, it's a little for us. It's a little bit on the slower end post. Like Pokemon and Final Fantasy craziness.
Final Fantasy, yeah.
Yeah, so we're a little bit. So it's kind of nice to have a little bit of a break when the kids are out of school and stuff. So that's a little bit easier. But
did you guys get a good supply of Final Fantasy?
Yes, and we went rather aggressive with the set. And still wish we had asked for more. It's kind of Magic's in a pretty good place with supply, where a lot of the stores. Most of the stores really got a large amount of what they asked for.
Cool.
I think great. Which is great. And then I think a lot of, the positioning from the stores can be like, oh, I wish I could get more, but I can't get any more now. Or, but generally speaking, Wizards has, I'd say by and large filled to order on stuff. Even for these Universes Beyond sets, which is impressive. But yeah, so I wish we would have ordered, 10 times as much, but it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, the demand is insane, and Spider-Man's going to be even crazier, I expect.
Yeah, luckily we still have time for a lot of distributors to adjust. So we did that once this was so successful. We went back and looked and said, hey, do we need to adjust, because a lot of the pre-order windows hadn't closed for Spider-Man. So we upped up to those. Edge of Eternities is kind of weird, because whenever they do like a non-Universes Beyond style set, if it's not a throwback set, there's a lot more risk associated with it, so it's hard to tell if it's going to be like...
Yeah, because it actually has to have good cards in it.
Yes, yeah, it can't just be like the old art, or the
it can't just be Sephiroth.
Yeah. So it's I think it's harder to gauge, and like those pre-order windows are closing right now with Edge of Eternity. So we're like, well, do we go crazy? Do we like cut back? So I think we'll see how that goes. It just depends on if there are good cards in it, then it will do well. But if not, then it could be like the Aether Drift was the last kind of dud, and then before that it was maybe Karlov Manor was really bad. So there's usually at least 60% of the sets being good is like great for us. I mean, other games have a harder time. Like Lorcana can't seem to stick the landing on like supply availability, and I think it's fine. Like they're still an early game, so it's not like they've screwed anything up, I think, in terms of that, like royally. But a lot of times when it's
room for improvement,
yes, there's definitely that.
Yeah. Well, the spaceship thing in Edge of Eternity seems cool.
Yeah, the spoilers I saw too seem really awesome. Like the art seems like there's hope there, and if the cards are good, then yeah, it's such a funny thing about this industry is you're always putting in pre-orders well in advance, like usually before spoilers, and so you're just like, well, like I hope it's good. Hey, how's it going, Jack? I'm gonna throw the pre-order links up. Excuse, not pre-order links. I'm gonna throw the giveaway links up here in just a moment. Let me grab that.
What are you giving away today?
So we are doing a playmat, which I threw one over behind me, but our Kingslayer playmat for first. Second, we have a trove, and let me find it. And then third, we're doing the Cinderella single. It's like $20 single. So yeah, so playmat, trove, and a single. And we'll do that at the end of the stream as per usual. Let me see if I can find that link really quick. And I have to imagine, I wanted to ask about your kind of crazy busy summer. But I'm going to post this and then I will ask. Pin this. Okay, there's it should be, can I pin it to both places at once? Probably not. So let me go do that really quick. Pinned and pinned. Cool. There you go, Jack. It's there. Go ahead and fill that form out. And then, three different giveaways. So, because I mean, most of the stuff that you work, at least most of the articles that you write, at least maybe most is not correct actually, but at least from my perspective, since my world is cards, least a lot of the stuff I'm aware that you write on is generally card related and not video game related. But I guess what's the split between like TCG versus video games that you write for?
Like 90 video game, 10% cards.
Okay. Just,
Yeah.
just where your heart's at in the TCG world. That's the one that do you find yourself like enjoying that process more?
I wish I could just write about cards, but it's I gotta please the audience,
Yeah.
The card stuff I do is largely for me and the like the Lorcana community that knows my work and will read that stuff, and then the video game stuff is just keeps the lights on. So I gotta do it. I mean, I love video games, obviously, but I wish that I could be more into cards and tabletop and stuff.
Sure.
But, yeah, it's tough.
So this some of the stuff I saw on my feed on YouTube lately is this like is it the save video games, or what is the movement called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, yeah, it's
like
about I can't remember. I think it's called Save or Don't Kill Games.
Don't Kill Games. That's what it is. Yes, I've been seeing that pop
Yeah.
up in my feed a lot, and I was curious if that had any overlap with your I don't know. Have you written on that, or is
Yeah, I haven't. No, I haven't covered it. I know it's there. So like the premise is about preservation.
Yeah.
Which is important to me. And but there's a lot of I think it's a complicated topic, and I think that there's a lot of different ways to go about it, and I'm not sure what the specifics of what Don't Kill Games is trying to do, but I have heard some video game preservation people that I respect that aren't on board with what they're trying to do.
Yeah. It seemed like there was some like drama around it or something today is how it showed up my feed, and I was like, and I've like recently in the last year gotten into collecting physical media and caring about that more instead of streaming, and being more into not only video games but 4K movies and old Blu-rays and stuff, and I've been enjoying that. And so the premise of like some games that have live service functionality or some that even don't, and then not being supported anymore is it's I mean, I don't know if it's like the most thrilling topic ever, but I was curious if that had any overlap with you.
Yeah, I think it's important, and it's unlike, I mean, we aren't gonna lose our movies at this point, right? We aren't gonna lose our books, but our games, I mean, we've already lost so many that we'll never get back, and we don't really have a good way to ensure that we don't keep losing our games. And it's kind of a problem that gets worse with, like you said, with live service. When a game shuts down that's only online, it's gone forever. And there's a lot of games I love that are just maybe I can find YouTube videos. That's the most connected I can be to a lot of these things. And I think it is a big problem that isn't going to be solved by the people who have the power to do it, because it's not in their financial best interest. Right. So it's definitely a tricky thing. I think emulation is really important. I think like making sure that we have a digital record of things is the best hope that we have. But for a lot of things, they will just be gone. Concord lived for 2 weeks, and now it's gone forever. And people spent they said like 8 years that game was in development.
Wow.
And and that all that work, all that art, all like it's all just gone forever. And that's bad. That's not a good thing.
No, I think of I guess like how important from a medium standpoint compared to like you said, compared to music or film or books, like those end up going into the permanent record because there's a way to store them efficiently. Once I have a pairing, I will kind of let you drive, because I'll have to set some stuff up in the back end. There's also a fun thing that we're doing, a couple things that are different. One is I set up a prediction at the beginning of the match, and chat can engage and make predictions on who they think might win. And so the staff will give me a little bit of information, like, oh, it's so and so. Like it was Market versus Alex, who was like the brother match, right? And so then like James would kind of talk about a little bit of the lore behind those two players, and then I would set the prediction up. So once I have that, I'll kind of be doing that, and then another channel point reward, and once I'll do the actually I'll mention the new channel point reward after I post the go live notification. once I have more folks in the chat. But I'm waiting to see who we have. But that mat looks pretty great.
That looks great. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those foiled mats. Somebody had a cool Bell one at Fountain Valley.
Nice.
The other day. Yeah. So we're doing triple deck. Did you? I don't think you explained that yet.
We are doing triple deck. Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah. So
go for it.
This is the format that's going to be played at the World Championship this weekend.
Nice.
So yeah, you Lorcana has 6 colors. You have to build 3 decks that use all 6 colors with no repeats. And the rules are pretty simple. You present your deck list to your opponent, but you both get to look through each other's deck, and then you pick one to ban. You pick one of your opponent's decks to ban. So they do not get to play that deck, and then you have to win a match with both of your remaining decks to win. So it's a best 2 out of 3, and you can't play if you win with one of the decks, you can't play it again. So you have to win with both decks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have it's Welton and Noah. Let's see. Welton is on the shiny mat. So I'm gonna set that up on my end while you keep explaining the rules here.
Cool. Yeah, so we're taking a look at the decks here. We've got Welton on a green steel for one of his decks, and then a amethyst and a ruby, and I don't know what his second color is yet. If I had to guess, it would be an amethyst amber and a ruby sapphire. Nope, it's a ruby amber and a blurple, an amethyst sapphire deck. So yeah, so some interesting things about the way that you can build these decks. So there's 15 options. There's 15 different 2-color pairing for 3 decks that you can make. And so a lot of people will approach this by choosing their best deck first, because if you can lock in one deck, then you only have 3 choices for what the other 2 decks are going to be. So that really narrows it down. If you can just pick one deck, it's pretty easy to figure out what the other 2 is. The problem is it's very hard to make 3 good decks with all 6 colors. So looking at Noah's, I think we have a pretty similar. We've got a blurple, we have an emerald, and an amber. So we might actually have the same colors here.
Okay.
I'll have to see what's under that morph, but yeah, the blurple very competitive, the emerald steel very, very competitive, the amber ruby not very competitive. So you're kind of like, do I pick 2 good decks and 1 bad one? Do I pick 3 okay decks? It's a tricky thing, and you also have to keep in mind that one of them you're not going to play.
Looks like one of them, the emerald decks got banned. There is what it looks like.
Okay, I imagine they were both steel, emerald steel, because that's kind of the easiest choice to make, is to ban the steel. If you ban the steel, then your aggro decks become much, much more potent.
Okay.
It's very hard to deal with an aggro deck if there's no threat of steel. So one strategy I expect to see maybe tonight and definitely at the World Championship this weekend is players bringing 3 aggro decks and then banning their opponent's steel, whatever their steel deck is.
Okay.
And then trying to win with 2 of their 3 aggro decks.
It makes it for some speedy matches potentially, right?
Definitely, yeah, which will be good because it starts at 5 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a long day.
Which is what? It's 8 a.m. Eastern, right? Because it's in East Coast.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Nice. Cool. And yeah, predictions are live, so you can, in the chat here, you can predict with your channel points to pick a winner, and then we've got all sorts of fun things that you can spend your channel point rewards on. One of the new ones is you can actually make me open a pack. So for 1,000 points, I will open a pack, and I have a something we're building out still, but I have a special binder right here next to me, a little blue binder with a pink sticker. This is going to be our giveaway binder, and we're going to do different types of giveaways. We might even give away the whole binder at the end of a period of time. So as I'm opening packs on stream, the hits will go in the binder, and we're gonna do some giveaways for that down the road. But yeah, so you can make the open packs. You can predict on the channel points now. But yeah, we've got round number 1 coming right up. Yeah, and we're opening a pack already. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thanks, Maddie's behind me. She's like, hey, Dad. All right, we are gonna. We'll start with the Ursula's return. Do you want to open it?
Yes.
Okay, go for it. Since you're here, might as well put you to work. Nice.
I forgot how to open it, so I haven't opened one in a
So after banning, both players know what their opponent's going to be playing. Like they announce what deck they've chosen to go first with. So they know what the deck list is and they know what they're up against. So there's not any mystery here about what's going to happen. I think I saw Noah's on his Amethyst Sapphire, and I imagine Welton is too. So I think we're going to start with a mirror match here, but we'll see how similar both their decks actually are.
Anthony, Degenerate with the sub 12 months of subscriptions. That is a lot of support. That's an annual supporter right there. Probably our most legendary chat member as well, and has a lot of points to spend. So he could make me open a lot of packs. Question for you, Eric. Do they get a chance to look at their opponent's decks, like to thumb through them? Okay, I don't know if they did.
Yeah, before banning, they can look through each other's decks. Yeah.
Okay, got it. After the ban, though, are they still allowed to look through their opponent's decks, or is the window of time to do research?
Well, it's only before the match starts. That's
okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay, Maddie, anything cool?
What we got?
Pegasus. Let's check it out. Okay, we have a foil Pegasus. Not necessarily in the hit category, but hey, it's still a foil Pegasus. Anything else? Ooh, got a Diablo. Woo!
Wow.
Which it's not focusing because my face is in the way, maybe.
Put your hand behind
There we
your
go. Well, we know what it is. Diablo. Is Diablo rotating out?
Diablo is, yeah.
Set 4.
Yes.
Oof.
Set 4, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Goodbye, Diablo.
Goodbye. Yeah, unless you're going. Janet, appreciate the Prime sub there. Thanks so much for the support.
With Prime.
Well, hey, that's
fans.
Encanto. Nice. I think there was another.
And this one.
There's two. There's also a Mulan Elite Archer in there too. Pretty good pack.
Very good pack.
Double. Is it enchanted? Is that the rarity for Diablo? Enchanted.
I didn't see it.
The yellow symbol at the bottom. I can't remember.
Legendary.
Legendary. 2 legendaries. Same pack. Nice pack, Matt. Well done.
Very good pack.
I'm
Yeah.
always good luck on opening packs.
You are good luck. This is true.
Eric's gone first. Yes.
How do you, Boofy Ash? How do you feel about the current state of Lorcana? We all see the complaints on X. I'm assuming he means your complaints.
I don't complain. There's a lot of ways to take that question. In terms of like the meta, I think things are pretty good. They're not very different from the previous set, but we're anticipating a rotation, so things are going to be very different. So I'm kind of okay with a little stability right now. In terms of like the broader, how's it going with the business of the game? And the social, the community aspect. I mean, it's slow. It's a quiet time. Worlds is this weekend, and I think there'd be a lot more excitement for it if there was more of a build up. I'm excited. I know a lot of people are going to be watching, but it's been so quiet. It's been since January, since the North American Championship. So half a year of like really, we had 2 expansion releases and that was it. Like nothing's really going on. So I think people are a little restless, but that's just like card game culture. Like it's always the next thing, like they got to keep it fresh, and games like Pokemon and Magic are just nonstop. It's just like at least once a month. If it's not a Secret Lair, it's a Universes Beyond. It's like there's always something going on, and that's not really the pace Lorcana is at right now. So it feels slow. It feels like there's nothing going on.
Yeah, I think if not that they ever listen to me, because they clearly haven't up to this point. But if they were to listen to me, I would just look at a game like Flesh and Blood, and their pacing, and they do a really good job of the dance of making sure they hype the set that's coming, and then they have like some sort of competitive event. I think they're at a 3 sets a year pace right now. Maybe it's 4, but they have enough competitive events happening throughout the course of a year that at least 3, sometimes 4 times a year, they get to do a big announcement. And it's either in Europe or in the US or in New Zealand, and they get to really like unveil the new set. And there's some really usually special or OP updates or something. And I think they're a lot more connected to their community. And that's because they put that effort in. And I think that's something where we've seen a lapse. And I think talking to James, he knows more about this than I do, but he talked about how they've kind of hired some more folks, and they're trying to be more transparent and that sort of thing. But I think more of that would be good.
Yeah, and I think pulling back is a really tough thing to do when you come out strong with events and all this stuff, and then you go, okay, now it's time to slow down. Like that's really tough for people. Like you don't want to feel like things are going backwards or trailing off. But I just got to point out what a dominant position Noah's in here. With all these evasives out, it's going to be really hard for the other Blurple deck to answer this, especially with this Iago. That Iago it has Vanish, so it would automatically be banished if it got targeted with a spell, but there's just nothing, or targeted with an action, but there's just nothing in Welton's deck that can do that. So yeah, just having evasives on the board so early makes this a pretty tough spot for Welton right off the bat.
So Cam mentions how Ravensburger better do something or they'll lose players to Riftbound, and then Johnny mentions the Gundam TCG, and I think we're going to spend a good amount of time talking about Riftbound and probably Gundam as well. Maybe if it ends up being more timely to do in between games, if there's more exciting play-by-play too, I'll let you kind of drive the bus on that. And then
for sure.
And Cam also asked what cards were banned in Lorcana. He might have not been paying attention over the last kind of ban cycle.
Oh, the bans they just banned Hiram from Sapphire, which everyone expected, but then they also banned the Fortisphere and Steel, which was more surprising. The reasoning that they gave was that it just didn't really fit the identity of Steel, that it wasn't contributing to the kind of play style they wanted Steel decks to have.
Sure.
And naturally, the Sapphire Steel deck took a pretty sizable hit that it has not recovered from, and which was I feel for the Sapphire Steel players, because that deck was for the entire history of Lorcana so far was pretty mid to low tier, and then suddenly was the best deck in the game. And as soon as that happened, we got our first bans, and both cards came out of the Sapphire Steel deck. So. It's rough. It's rough for them out there, but bans are inevitable. Like that's part of every game, right?
Yeah. Yep, makes sense. Yeah, and then Cam was asking, so there's he's correcting his question about the bans. He meant for the 3-deck format here. What was the Emerald Steel, right?
Green and Steel, Emerald Steel,
Yeah, and there's a moment before the match where they get to observe, look through their opponent's deck and then kind of make that decision. It felt like they both kind of just spoke about their decks, and then they each already knew which one to ban. Which I think if this was Worlds, I'm going to be taking as much time as possible to look through all 3 decks to have as much information.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you can't write down, you can't take notes, right? So you have to just kind of hopefully you just have that perfect memory. But
I hope that that's something the players are practicing, is just getting handed a random list of cards and then quizzing each other on what was in the list. That's hugely important.
Well, it would have been so sweet if Worlds was, I know it's not open, but if it was at least a larger pool of players, because I think James was saying it's very small, right? It's 20 or
28.
28. Okay. Yeah.
28. Yeah. That was another thing that, we all thought we were going to Worlds. We all thought it was going to be a big fan event, and then they kind of pulled the rug out from us on that. So I think the sentiment is kind of low right now, but we'll see with this rotation and with Fabled. Fabled's a pretty exciting set coming. So we'll see how things go after Worlds. At Worlds, they should be announcing the next DLCs and some other exciting things about the game.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I think we're kind of ready for. Give me something to be excited about for Lorcana, because I think the build up to the game was so big, a Disney card game, and then I think the first year was wildly successful, and then year 2's been kind of a question mark.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll be at Lake Forest on Saturday while the day 1 of the World Championships going on, because I'm going to be teaching some Riftbound.
That's right. Yes.
So
I'm excited about Riftbound. I feel like that's going to be.
I know, me too.
How big of a league person were you, or are you, over the course of the last 10 years or so?
So, 10 years ago, I had a league problem. I had to get off of League because it was getting too much for my life. But I have orbited, and when all of these ancillary like Runeterra projects came around, like Arcane, the series on Netflix, all of those Riot Forge games, like the Kingslayer one, and the they just made all those cool little indie games. I played all of them. Or Mage Seeker was one. Anyway, so I have been like reading the comic books and listening to the audiobooks and like playing all the outside stuff. It's just League itself that I don't engage a lot with. I even play Wild Rift on my phone, like the baby League, which I like a lot. It's like short matches. There's no comms.
Nice.
I like that one a lot. So
how long are the matches in Wild Rift?
Under 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. I was curious how short. If it was like Marvel Snap short, or if it was a little bit more than that.
A little longer. Yeah.
Stream is back, and my cousin Caden says, "Hi Travis, I love you. I can't wait to see you." My cousin just turned 5, I think, and he's coming out. He's coming over. He's in Texas, but they're coming out for vacation in a week.
Nice.
So pretty hyped for that. And
as for this game, like Noah just like stepped on the gas from the first turn, and there was just really no way for Welton going second to like keep pace. There's no opportunity for this deck to sort of like turn the corner once the board gets wide enough.
Okay.
It can remove like one thing at a time with Hades. It can remove like a big threat, but if you just like put a bunch of 4-drops out like what Noah did, you can kind of just like step on the gas and not stop, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So we haven't had too much to say about this game just because it felt like it was kind of over by turn 3.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think that's well, I mean, you and I haven't hung out in a while or streamed for 3 or 4 months. So I'm really excited to hear your take on. And it's fun to hear your take on industry and video game stuff. And you have such a cool job and so related, similar to our industry. So I always enjoy just hang time. So sometimes it's just sometimes it ends up being just me hanging out with James, and then the match is just kind of there, and then the community can go watch their VODs kind of thing, which can be cool. But this is a little bit more interesting because it is a preview to what's happening this weekend for Worlds too. So I think we have to it's a delicate dance.
Yeah, it is fun to get a preview because I think my perspective on it, I played some triple deck earlier this week. I've been doing some like breakdowns of like the math and the options, and to me the entire thing hinges around what you decide to do with Sapphire. I think that's the game. If you can figure out the best thing to do with Sapphire, then the rest of your builds, the rest of your decks kind of solve themselves.
Okay.
Because your options at the highest competitive level, the way I see it, is you're either playing blue-red, Sapphire Ruby, or you're playing Sapphire Steel. I think those are really the 2 ways to go about it. And if you can pick one or the other, then you have very few options for those other decks. But I'm very curious to see what the highest level players are going to end up doing with Sapphire, because I have a feeling everybody starts there. Like, okay, what's Sapphire?
Where are you putting Sapphire?
Because it's so powerful, and it's so like you only have a few options of what to do with it.
Got it. Looks like Noah was able to pull that one out.
Yeah. Just started first and played the same. They played the same cards, but Noah got to play them first. That's kind of what it came down to.
So does Walton keep? I guess he's going to keep his Sapphire deck here, and then Noah's got to grab a new one.
Yeah, so Noah has to grab a new one. Walton gets to decide, but Walton knows that Noah's going to play the Amber Ruby now.
Right.
So does he want to play this kind of slower control deck against what is like almost certainly an aggro deck? And it seems like he is going to play it again.
Okay.
But that's the sort of like math you need to do after every round because it's triple deck, because it's just like another dimension of strategy.
And you can't go to the banned. The banned deck is banned for the whole match.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be played. Yeah.
That'd be interesting if it was just banned for game 1. But you can go back to that well later. But it makes sense. Gotta ban something. So you have you gone back to playing regular League as well, or are you mostly just on the adjacent properties.
So every time there's a big patch, like a new character drops,
Mhm.
like I communicate with Riot. I'm like looking at previews and stuff, and it's so tempting. It's the same thing with TFT. Like every time there's a big patch, I get emails, and I'm like, "Ooh, what's going on? Like, what's the new thing?" And every once in a while, I play a game, and I can feel myself getting sucked in, and I just can't. Especially with my lifestyle now, like I gotta play the newest thing. I gotta keep up with
Yeah,
whatever the hot new game is. I can't like turn my life into League again. So.
sure. You could, but it might be.
I could. Yeah, I could risk it all.
Yeah, I only really dabbled when I in that season of my life when I was playing MOBAs, I was playing Dota. Like that was my preferred, and so like playing Dota and League like would make no sense because I don't know, like there's only so much time and the matches take forever. But I was never very good, and it was just more fun to play something that was like, I think it's a little less punishing than a shooter can be, where like if you have really bad aim, it's hard to get better at that as you get older, where I think League like has it's not necessarily like a card game where you, like it's all just like a mental warfare, but there's a component where like game knowledge ends up giving you some extra skill over time.
It's huge.
I've gone since Riftbound was announced. I've gone back and my sons are 16 and 12, and so we've played a couple games of League, and I'm teaching them how to play. And like it's that brief moment in time where like I'm better than them at a game because they don't quite understand like getting last hits and stuff. And so, but that phase will vanish very quickly once they just understand the mechanics. But it's been It's been really fun to go back to that since I know Riftbound is coming, and so it feels like I'm kind of getting into that IP.
Yeah, I love the world. I love the characters. I love the art. I'm not even very phased that they're reusing so much art. At least for the first set. I mean, down the road, I will definitely need to see some more original stuff.
Yeah.
The only thing that kind of bothers me is not crediting the artists. Like all of the credits, not all, but a lot of the credits go to the teams, like the various teams that worked on that art.
Interesting.
And I just. Yeah, and they were like, we really tried. We went to these agencies and we tried to find out, but they're not even crediting like their own internal artists. It just says like, the League of Legends art department or whatever.
Huh.
And like I Googled some of that stuff and was able to find the artists. So that stuff bothers me, but I hope that's just a set one, them trying to get this stuff out really fast. Because I don't know if you know the history of it, but this was just for China. Like this was conceived and produced for China.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was the original announcement was China, and then we all just like in the West just had like assumed that they were going to make it for us too. Well, like at least that's when they first kind of spoiled it.
That really was not the plan. The plan was to make a game for China. And at a certain point they decided the game was good enough to compete because they didn't want to get into any other markets where they'd have to compete. They thought it was too risky. But at a certain point they decided that the mechanics and the IP, but that it was going to be strong enough to compete. So and a big part of that was the success of Lorcana and Star Wars and all this new crop and One Piece. Like that was part of them going like, okay, actually maybe a new game can work.
Yeah. What do you know the name is there a vendor that makes the foil mats custom? Like is that
There's a couple. Yeah.
Okay.
There's so the one that you always see online is called Matified.
Okay.
But there's actually someone local that does it. That's why so many people from Kingslayer have them.
Okay.
And I can't remember what their name is.
Yeah, let me see.
But yeah, Matified it does really good ones, and they do a lot of tournament ones, like as prizing for like local game store tournaments.
Okay.
They'll do like they would like foil up a Kingslayer playmat, which would be pretty cool.
That would be really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were so it was made originally for China, and then they decided it's interesting that they thought it was good enough to compete, because I always think that like I think the market is so big for card games that even if they have a corner of that market, I think it's enough to make it worthwhile, especially because their IP is so big. It's not like a Flesh and Blood where you're coming from nothing. I mean, I think the the League and Riot community is so big that I think it's big enough to sustain it as long as they make it fun.
Yeah, I think that there is a bit of a plateau. Like it is big, but is it getting bigger, and is it getting bigger at the same rate it was, 5 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
That is the question. And with them shutting down Riot Forge, and with Legends of Runeterra moving out of active development, I think that there is a little like optical risk. Like they don't want a failure. They don't want another League project to not succeed. So
Yeah.
I kind of do get them being like, okay, China feels like a sure thing. There's not a lot of competition there. They love League. Like it's a massive IP. Like we can definitely be successful, and not immediately going, let's make this a worldwide game.
Sure.
And so because they've done that now, they had to move very fast to get the game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Distributed and published here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this first, I mean, the pitch for the game was approved in January of last year. That's how fast development has been.
Yeah, that's crazy compared to, I think Lorcana was at least 2 or 3 years more than that, right?
Yes, yeah, I think it was 5 years before launch was when they first started.
Daniel and Lily, what's up? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, no, it's
so we're seeing Welton like actually is managing to control this board a little bit better. Noah didn't get the fastest start, having to go second with the aggro deck. Definitely slows down the tempo for him there. And now Welton has some bodies on the board and can actually outquest Noah at this particular moment in the game. So we're at a pretty like neutral board state right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so Riftbound is August for China and October for global.
Okay.
Release. Yeah.
And
I have a very cool collector's item. Can I show you?
Oh yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, check this out.
I think I saw a picture of it. This is cool. Okay.
Isn't it?
That's pretty great.
And it's got 6 arcane styled.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Arcane was such a hit, and I didn't see it when it first came out, and I've since watched season 1. I haven't watched season 2 yet, but and it was I didn't really know the IP well enough because I was a Dota player, like I was saying, so I'm like kind of immersing myself for the first time in that universe, and it's so fun to see. Like I thought Arcane was a little bit on the slower side when I was first watching it, but then I realized like kind of how it's broken up into acts and like.
Mm-hmm.
And it jumps, forward quite a bit into it. And I think the pacing gets a lot better towards the end. But yeah, I don't know. I'm falling in love with that IP a lot, and I'm wondering how that's gonna penetrate the rest of the TCG world. But that's really sweet. Is that an exclusive like China launch item, or will the?
So there is a rumor, supposedly a dev said in the Discord that they would be releasing an English version, but that is not official. Like that when I went to Riot, that box came up a lot in various conversations, and no one ever said anything about an English version. Okay. So we'll see.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah. The promos are great. I think it's yeah. In terms of gameplay, how do you feel like it holds up, or what is it most similar to compared to the other games you've played?
So it's actually kind of weirdly similar to Marvel Villainous. Have you ever played any of the Villainous?
I haven't.
Okay. So the Marvel one specifically has battlefields, and the heroes and villains can move back and forth from battlefields, and you can test the battlefields with the other players. Okay. And that's the core mechanic of Riftbound. There are battlefields in the center. You sort of build an army. It's kind of like a little bit of an RTS strategy where you're building your side of your board, the opponent's building their side of the board, and then you are meeting in the middle for conflict.
Okay.
It's fairly easy to learn. There are action speed and reaction speed spells.
Nice.
So you have to learn that. Like the Lorcana players are going to have to pick up on this like magic style instant speed thing, which is it's complicated,
Right.
They have a stack. They call it the chain,
Okay.
So So there's a whole element of that. Floating mana, all that kind of stuff. But it has a really cool resource system. When you play a card, it has 2 costs. It has your mana cost where you tap they're called runes.
Okay.
So you tap your runes.
Cool.
But then it also has a power cost, and to pay that cost, you have to put your runes back into the deck. So
Okay.
your mana is constantly going up and down throughout the game.
Okay.
Depending on like when you want to take your big swing. So you kind of like build up to this moment where you're like, now I'm going to do a bunch of stuff, drain my mana. Like I'm kind of going all in. That's like one strategy you could use depending on the deck you have. But yeah, so I think that's an interesting twist. And then the fighting over the battlefields is a pretty interesting change from the norm.
What's the victory condition for the game?
So you get a point when you conquer a battlefield, and you get a point when you hold a battlefield until your next turn.
Okay.
And you win when you get 8 points.
Okay. Got it.
But that 8th point is more complicated. So to get the last point, you have to conquer all of the battlefields in one turn, or hold a battlefield until the following turn.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
Yeah. So it's not just taking a battlefield for your 8th point, but you have to also then hold it until your next turn.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Or take all of them. Yeah. And it has a commander mechanic. You have a champion, like some league flavor. So every deck has a champion, and you can play your champion right off of the board. It plays the same in multiplayer as in 1v1, like pretty much the same rules. So it's very easy to just be like, hey, get in here, we're playing a game, and add another person, which I really like.
Yeah, I think that's what so Gabe and Anthony played it at Gamma and had said it kind of feels like a board game in a way with how you're kind of conquering territory.
Yeah.
But I think that can be okay. It'd be interesting to see how I think they have an emphasis on multiplayer, so I'll be curious to see how well that pans out. I know both Lorcana and Star Wars Unlimited have spent time investing in a multiplayer component to the rules, and neither of them have really wowed me in terms of seeing a lot of demand for that format. But outside of like really casual stuff, so it'd be cool to see if they have what kind of support they have for that. I think that ends up being like the thing that will matter, right? Like they can release a set, they can release a game, but what does that support look like? And I think they already have some roadmap stuff, I think, for like what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
Right?
They laid out the whole thing, and I was pretty impressed by how much of a plan that they have. Some really cool things like League Nights are going to have their own booster packs, and those come with promo cards so you can bling out your runes, for example. And then like pre-release has its own booster pack where you can get a promo version of a champion and kickstart the next deck you're going to build. So that kind of stuff's really cool. And then their whole organized play program, it starts at the store level. They're going to have 2 basically set championships per set. And winning those will give you a buy at a regional, and then there's like
nice. I love that system. That was the best system in the old Magic days. Stores would be able to host a Grand Prix trial. Actually, we called them GPTs, or they were called GPTs. And if you wanted a Grand Prix trial, you got a buy towards the next Grand Prix. And Grand Prix are usually 9 rounds, so being able to sleep in for round 1 was like super hot. And so and then there was a Planeswalker point system where if you earned enough points in a season, you would get 2 buys. And so there was these like mechanisms to be able to not have to start until round 3, which was, some people frowned upon, but it was a way to reward the players that really turned out to weeklies at their LGS every week by giving them, just imagine it like DLC, you could skip round 1 because you played every week at your LGS. Like that would be,
I love that. Yeah.
It's, is it fair? Yeah. Like, well, kind of. You are supporting the community and supporting the game for long term.
Yeah.
So
I love that. I love that just added incentive to show up every week. I think that can make a huge difference. And if there's one thing Riot does, it's events, right? Like they know how to host tournaments. They know how to do live events, and they're just going to be connecting Riftbound with the events they already do. Like the Riftbound Worlds will probably be at League Worlds. So stuff like that, they're going to leverage like all of the systems and resources they already have to really hit the ground running. Good. Yeah.
So good. So I think we could probably talk about Riftbound more, and I think we should. But in terms of Gundam is coming out sooner. It's actually coming out next
Yeah.
month. So what's your exposure to that? Have you had any time with that game or spent any time?
I've only seen cards, and I thought they looked awesome, but I haven't gotten to play it or anything.
Yeah. Another and kind of a similar situation where it's coming out. Bandai makes a lot of card games, so I think that it comes from a publisher that has been doing this a long time, and I think some of the comments in chat I'm reading were up a few pages now, but about like, would it be nice if like Bandai fixed their current card games instead of just making new ones? And I was like, it's like, well,
yeah, I get it.
That's part of it, but I think, I think it's going to be really interesting. That's a game I think, when people are looking at like, oh, I want to, buy into the TCG and the hype or collecting, and they want to collect Pokemon or buy out the newest Pokemon set, like. I mean, I was looking today. Some of the prices for both for Gundam and for Riftbound, some of the pre-order prices on TCG Player, I was like, those are looking pretty low to me. Like, I feel like, and this is what happened with Final Fantasy as well. Like collector boxes, 2 or 3 months before spoiler season, were like half the price they are now. And so I was looking at some of that stuff from like, I'm in the industry of TCGs, so I'm very big on especially set ones for card games because I think there's a lot of hype around that. But
yeah,
it's I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see. I think Gundam, people are excited about the gameplay for Gundam, and the people that are really into that IP are already hyped. So I think it'll be fun to see how that does, and hopefully it does. I think Union Arena is tough because the release schedule is so fast and furious, but I think Gundam has the chance to be one piece in terms of the success.
Would be cool. It would definitely be cool to see. It's a good time to be a mech fan. Mecha Break comes out on Tuesday, and it's, man, if you haven't played it yet, it is so good.
That's video game Mecha Break?
Yeah. Free to play mech hero shooter basically, but it feels like the Gundam game we've never gotten.
Okay.
It's extremely sick. Yeah, I've been having a great time with the various betas and previews and stuff I've been doing. So
nice. That's cool. Okay, Mecha Break. Well, who developed the game?
It's CSUN. You're gonna see this a lot this year and going forward. It's a Chinese studio with like 2,000 developers that you've never heard of. They've been a support studio doing work for hire for decades, and they have all this experience and all this talent helping make other people's games. And they just said, we know how to make games. Let's just make our own and ship them around the world. And you're going to be seeing like a lot of these massive Chinese studios that you've never heard of all of a sudden have these like $500 million games come out. So,
wild.
Yeah. So
cool.
This is one of those, and it looks like it's going to be a big one.
Okay, and it's like early release now or something if you pay or something.
No. It comes out free to play on Tuesday. They've done some betas, various betas.
Got it. Cool, nice. No, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, I think Mech. So Mech is live right now. Mech fandom.
Yeah, it's the year of the Mech.
Nice. Yeah, we just started getting allocation numbers for Gundam, so those are like starting to roll to stores now because it is coming out next week. So that's the big hype I think right now going into the summer is how is that going to perform, and then Black White for Pokemon of course will have those numbers look really rough compared to the last standard set. So I think that's going to be something people are going to be going nuts for.
Travis, can you pull up this Minnie Mouse? This Amber Ruby Minnie Mouse.
Yes, you got it.
It's Daring Defender.
Yep.
So this is a really fascinating card because typically you're not going to see Amber Ruby decks in a regular best of 3 format. You're really not ever going to see Amber Ruby decks being played, but in a triple deck, you're in some cases you're almost forced to play Amber Ruby because it's the least bad option. And so this card that would otherwise never see play is suddenly like a meta staple in this format because when you know what you're up against, it's incredible. it is very weak to other Ruby decks. It's very weak to things like Big Sisu and to Madame Medusa.
Mhm.
But if you don't have to worry about those things, this card is incredible. And you know whether or not you have to worry about those things because you know exactly what deck your opponent can and can't play. So
Mhm.
this is one of these cards that's like it feels as though it was made for triple deck. Because if you have the information, suddenly it's like an incredibly powerful card, and I think we're gonna see Noah use it to like really amazing value here. Oh, unfortunately, no. I think that was a.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that right as the game ended.
I was like, I think you were talking about the next game, game 3, which is gonna come out. Which Walton pulled game 2, so we're gonna go to a game 3 here. And does that
which
mean
means
that
they're both going to be on Amber Ruby?
Okay, cool. Which might be a very similar list here. And I'm assuming maybe these players both know each other's list since they didn't have to do much, searching beforehand. So we'll see how mirrored up it is.
Yeah. So what I was going to say about Noah's list is that he is not playing a straight aggro list. He's really doing a mid range with some control cards, some high end removal, and some of that really low to the ground high quest stuff like Piglet, Poo Pirate Captain. So it's got a good mix of like if he's going first, he can hit the aggro button, and if he's going second, he can play the control.
Yeah.
Noah has a very flexible version, so I'm excited to see what Welton is bringing here.
For sure.
I like his Pinocchio shirt too.
Nice. I can't see.
You can't see on the stream.
I can't see the Pinocchio shirt, but I trust. Maybe he's wearing a shirt. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there it is. There's the. Yeah, I crop that out just so we have more of a zoom on the cards. Yeah. That's one thing at the new store that we're in the process of hopefully opening in January.
I'm so excited.
That's going to be bringing AC to Fountain Valley will never be more applauded.
I have a pitch. Can I put you on the spot right now on stream?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm just going to say one word. Beyblade.
Beyblade?
Beyblade in the new store. I'll run it. I'll TO. You have no idea how... Dude, I've been playing Beyblade twice a week.
Oh my gosh.
It is...
Where are you playing
I'm playing in parks. I'm playing at a slot car store called Duck Who. Duck Who. Yeah, but we play in a lot of parks, like underneath like the picnic areas,
underneath bridges.
Under bridges. Every time I go to play Beyblade, there's at least 20 people there every single time.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. It's really this Beyblade X, this new generation is very popular. The qualifier for the World Championships at Anime Expo next weekend, and they're expecting a massive turnout for it.
Are you
It's
like
the big thing. Yeah, I'm going to cover it. Yeah, they invited me to come, cover the tournament. So
that's cool. So you're gonna be mad at me. We had a solicitation from one of our distributors to carry a Beyblade product. I think this was like 8 months ago. And like, do you want this massive thing in your store for Beyblade? And we were like, no.
Arena, one of the Bay stadiums.
Yeah, it was. I think you might have seen them in other stores, but it just kind of felt like Beyblade. Is it Hasbro or who owns Beyblade?
So Hasbro does the international distribution, but it's all made by Takara Tomy, and they do the Japanese or they do all the Asian distribution.
Okay. Yeah.
So things typically come out first from Takara Tomy, and then Hasbro copies it later for the international.
Got it. Yeah. I think we were just like, are we this or are we that? And like, are we a toy store or are we like, and so I think
Travis, it is so competitive, dude.
Okay.
It is super competitive.
This will be the first time I was ever wrong about a pre-order, and I should have ordered something.
I don't think it would work in your stores today because it is loud. First of all, it is a loud game.
Okay.
And second, things will go flying. But at the big store, when you can spread people out and have cards over there and Beyblade over here, I think it could be awesome.
Nice. Well, I'm gonna have to clip a part of this and play it for the team tomorrow or next week on a call. Like,
I'm passionate. I'll run it. I'll get the people in.
Nice.
Cool. We gotta try it.
I wonder if there's in terms of the things flying aspect. I guess what's like the worst Beyblade injury that you've witnessed?
I've never seen an injury, but they will spin around on the floor. They'll go out of the arena and land on the floor and shoot across the room.
Okay.
Which is not a fun thing when you're trying to focus on your cards. But in the big story, that's they'll stop it before it ever gets towards other people.
Yeah. yeah, hopefully it won't. I mean, as long as it's not flying off the table at like eye level, like I think that would be, it falls, right? Gravity is gonna pull it to the ground.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes to the ground, and typically, so like the way we play is on these like pop-up picnic tables. So it's
Okay.
actually like the table is like below waist level. You stand. You got to
Okay.
stand for Beyblade. You don't want to sit and rip.
I love.
You don't sit and rip.
You don't sit and rip. You got to stand for Beyblade.
Yeah. So the arenas are lower.
Okay.
So when the Beyblade flies out, it's not like at eye level. It's like waist level, and then it goes on the floor. But anyway, that's why game stores usually don't do Beyblade, is because it's very loud and stuff flies around.
Okay.
But you're gonna have a nice big store with a lot of room.
True.
I think it could work.
Okay. I mean,
thanks for hearing my pitch.
No. I think it's it's I've tried crazier things, I suppose, that have failed. So I think I think it works. I think
I just know that I can get a lot of people because I'm playing with 20 or 30 people,
That's
twice
crazy.
a week right now. Yeah. And they have nowhere to go. We're playing out in parks because they don't have stores to play.
Yeah. Huh. What time? What time are your meetups usually in the week?
So Duck Who does Wednesdays, but all the stuff at parks is Saturdays and Sundays.
Wednesdays is like, are they doing like kind of typical 5 p.m., 6, 7 p.m. kind of thing, or
Yep.
what? Yeah.
Yeah. And they because they import, so they always have the newest Japanese Beyblades, and they
Hardcore.
They get it every other Wednesday. So everybody comes on Wednesday to play and buy whatever the new stuff is, and then they have prizing that they pull out of the new stuff.
Okay.
That's kind of how they.
Is there OP support, or is it just kind of self-supported by the the LGS environment?
So most of these, believe it or not, all their support comes from web store sponsorship. There's like 3 main Beyblade web shops, and they get them to donate the product to support organized play.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Hey, this is why we put ourselves out there with content. We learn things, and we've learned today that Eric wants Beyblade in the shops. So yeah,
everyone in chat is talking about Lorcana.
That's fine. This is the Eric and Travis hangout, and Lorcana's happening. That's good.
And Lorcana's also happening.
Yeah.
2 Ruby Amber decks. You never thought you'd see that tonight.
This is pretty cool. I mean, it's nice seeing. Ruby Amber. You don't really see this ever in constructed tournaments, I feel like.
Yeah, no, not since like set 3.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That Prince John, that 3-drop Prince John Frady Cat is another one that shows up in a lot of these new triple deck Ruby lists. Whenever an opponent plays a character, deal a damage to this character. It's sort of one of these like self-damage archetypes, because you're using your Amber cards to heal the Ruby cards that come in with damage on them.
Okay.
That's sort of one of the strategies.
To draw, because you're usually drawing cards off healing, right? Is that kind of the...
Yeah, you're drawing cards off him. Also, he's a 3/5/5, so if you can heal him, even if you don't get any other benefit, like that's just a high value card.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beyblade, Gundam, and a League of
Riftbound.
Legends card game. This is a different world than a few years ago.
Oh, I know. Yeah, lots of new games. Yeah, and it's a low point. It's a quiet time for Lorcana, but it seems it's still selling. Like it's still, people are still playing, like the World Championship. So it's nice to see these new games not like completely disappear immediately. Even I don't know if you heard, but what's that the other Pokemon, the kind of Pokemon-ish game, MetaZoo. MetaZoo's coming back.
Yeah, MetaZoo I think the first set already came out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or maybe you're right. Maybe it's not out yet. But yeah, we got solicited for that, and I think most game
You're
stores
like, not
were like,
again.
I think we're okay. Like, which we actually had a very good arc with MetaZoo, because we were in really early. We went hard, and the game for the first 2 sets was insanely, like, it did really, really, really well, and we were one of the only stores that were in. And then we got Wilderness. We got burned on, and the last couple sets. But the first 2 sets did great, and then but that was back when, like, I mean, you could have made a card game about literally anything, and it would have done well, because that fever pitch post COVID was kind of like it is now. Like, I feel like now I think shareholders and the C-level folks in these boardrooms for these billion-dollar companies are looking at the success of TCGs and thinking, we need to, does our IP fit this? Does our portfolio fit this? And
For
like
sure.
we're seeing so much more of that. And now the thing we don't have enough of, which you won't be surprised to hear me say this, we don't have enough good game stores out there to have enough room for all this, especially in California. There's so many more game stores now than there were a few years ago. A lot of smaller ones have popped up, which has been great for introducing new people to the hobby. But I mean, F&M's, at least at our 3 stores and the stores that I know, they're capped everywhere. Like there's not a lot of room to play Magic on Fridays, and all these games are like we talked about competing, but I think we need more solid game stores to help increase the capacity so that we can have adjacent games like how cool would it be if we could have a 50-person Riftbound night the same night as Lorcana? The 50 players for each game.
That'd be amazing.
So I think that we need more stores and more folks to want to get into the business of owning game stores, and it's hard, but that's
and for the stores that are around to branch out the way Kingslayer does, because there's a lot of stores around us that are like just Magic. And I get wanting to be risk averse, especially with card games.
Boo! Risk it. This is the end. If you like risking things and you like being punished when you're wrong,
sell cards, sell trading cards.
Which I think there's enough upside that, especially right now, I feel like I was thinking about this. A lot of stores did really well with Final Fantasy, and I was just thinking about what happened during COVID when Pokemon packs that you could sell for $4 were, or booster boxes that you could sell for $100 were selling for $400 or $500, and Evolutions boxes were $1,000. And the COVID boom of hype for TCGs, and so many card shops got made a ton of money during COVID. Like that, if that was, nobody knew that, it now. Like card shops did really, really well. And then time and time again, I would talk to a card shop and be like, "Oh, what did you do with all that money you made?" And one guy was like, "Oh, I bought myself a Tesla." And I was like, Cool. And then next guy, what'd you do with the money you made? And the guy was like, "Oh, I opened up a second unit next to my first store to have more gaming space." I was like, "Awesome, love that answer even more." And then and then our answer was we opened Oceanside, and we took that cash that we had and went open the new store to expand the. And I think depending on how ambitious you are, how old the owner is, and all those factors determines, how like you said, how many different games are they willing to risk on. How many communities are you willing to build with your effort? Because you have to either hire people that are really obsessed about that game, or you have to immerse yourself into that game. And I think we need to take more risks. Encourage your game store owners to be risky.
I agree. And I feel like something like Riftbound is on the low end of the high risk of adopting a new game at your store. There's a lot that goes into embracing a new game, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. But for something like Riftbound, that's as safe as a bet as you're gonna get. You know?
Especially I think with the knowledge that you've gained over the last couple months by going to these events, and I'm so jealous of you for you get to be in that room, kind of in a scenario that we've traditionally seen developers release that information at Gamma to game stores. I think maybe the timing wasn't right for them to be at Gamma this year. In a more, they were there, but in a more profound sense, it might have been nice if they did more. But for you to be in the room when they're unveiling all this stuff to press, I think is so cool. And you get to see roadmaps, and you're totally right. They're like an event organizing company. And so that's sweet. You want to make a card game and you have a great IP, where do I sign? I guess that's a good question I have for you. How involved can we be, or should we be? And do you think how big do you think this is going to be?
Whew.
We're on Riftbound, people. We're talking Riftbound. We're in between matches.
Now it's okay to talk about Riftbound. We're between matches. Man, well, around the world, I think I think it can break top 3. If you think about the whole world, because the Chinese market blows ours away if they're invested.
Sure.
So that kind of thing, Here, I have no doubt it's gonna be successful and thrive. I don't know. I haven't been in a hobby long enough to know if anything can ever really threaten the stronghold that Magic and Pokemon and
Yeah.
to an extent Yu-Gi-Oh hold in the West. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But like everything that you need to do to make that happen, they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like they have the organized play, they have the pack variety, like they have the price point. It's cheaper than Lorcana.
Is it?
And you get it's cheaper than Lorcana, and you get 3 foils in a pack. So like they've got the organized play support, they've got the fandom, like they're doing everything that you could possibly do to make a big successful game. And the question is, how successful will it be? I don't know. I mean, if I would, for you hope it's the most successful thing ever. You hope it's better than Pokemon and everything else, because just more card games is more business. I feel the same way as a player. I would love to see something outdo the biggest games there are right now.
Yeah.
But because it's never been done, who can say? Like how would you ever know? But man, it looks great. It plays great. It's so League is so popular. Maybe if it had come out right at the tail end of the pandemic, it would have hit even harder.
Sure.
But that's the only thing I could say that's like not really like perfectly aligned right now to be uber successful.
Yeah. I think I don't know the answer to this, but I know Japan has a lot of stores that support trading card games. And there was I sat in a seminar at Gamma this year and it was these folks from Japan that were doing this. They were like a data company from Japan, and they were showing us all this information about stores in Japan and how successful they are and what games are the most popular. And I'd be curious to know what that looks like in China. Like that might be a thing where it could be like really, really successful there, but are there a lot of local game stores in China? Like, is that something that?
So this is sort of a little bit more of the genesis. So they went into China when Blizzard left. I don't know if you remember this, but a few years ago, Blizzard essentially got kicked out of China. Like you cannot play Blizzard games there.
Right.
And so Riot went over there. They opened a studio. Like, hey, we're here. We're like putting down roots here.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea was we're going to expand, not with a physical card game, but expand Legends of Runeterra into China. Now that Hearthstone's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the legal loopholes of that, like the challenge of launching a live service game in the Chinese market, ended up being too much, and they couldn't do it. But through that process, through that like discovery, they learned there's a huge opportunity to do a physical card game here. There's not a lot of competition, and the League IP is so strong. So to answer your question, no, there isn't. It isn't a big market for card games. They're hoping that they are going to create one. I mean, yes, they play Magic there, they play Pokemon there, they play One Piece there, but they're hoping that they're gonna like really bring that card game market to the next level in China because with this IP.
Yeah, cool. No, that'll be. I was curious if how many. I think in the U.S. the numbers are probably somewhere between like 4,000 to 6,000 local game stores in the U.S. from like the last.
That's what I've heard.
Data I've seen, and that's usually. It's hard, defining a game store is like, is it just is it a gas station that sells Pokemon packs, or are they supporting organized play? I think there's like a range there, but I wonder what that number is for China. And that's where I think there's a cap for how successful a game can be in the US based on how many local game stores are there supporting organized play and all that kind of stuff outside of just like the collector market. I mean, sports cards don't really have a need for organized play, and they can do well with it.
Right.
And this is kind of that, right? Like the champions in League of Legends are kind of like heroes in a way, or like sports stars in a way. But
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But it'll be I'm game. I'm excited. I just want to get like the timing is really cool for us because we will potentially have our store like during the first year of this game being out, so we can really test some stuff. And our organized play lead at Kingslayer, Anthony, he plays a ton of Fab, but he's very, very obsessed with Riot IP games, and so this is such a sweet synergy. I'm really excited for him because like the intersecting of two is like his favorite IP and his job is like he's going to be leading that whole organized play development for Kingslayer for this. So it's going to be
that's awesome.
Should be super hype. And I'm playing League now more, and I'm kind of into the spoiler season for this game. So I'm hoping it does well.
And I have to imagine that is happening at game stores all across the country. Like, it's probably not very rare for people that work at game stores to also love League.
Yeah.
So I suspect that they are getting a lot of buy-in from store employees and store owners just because they already like this IP too.
Yeah. Where I think with something like One Piece and Gundam is a little bit different because people consume that content but maybe don't engage with it in the same way, where like a video game is, especially this type of video game, is such can get its hooks into you, and it's not like a single player campaign that you put away and it goes on the shelf and you think about it later. It's like this is the way people exist can be the way that they exist with their MOBA or CS, Counter-Strike.
It might be the most competitive game in the world, right? Like the way it's played. If you looked at the player base of League, it's probably the most competitive game in the world.
Yeah.
And card games are hyper competitive.
Yeah.
Like that, it's the nature of a card game. It's just like insanely competitive. So it totally makes sense that there's an overlap in those interests.
Yeah. Let me see here. Checking to see. Andrew asked how many players we got for tonight. I actually forgot to check, so let's find out and see how many we got. So we've got a couple players coming up. Let me. I'll just set up our prediction as well. We have Brian is on the Big Hero 6 playmat, and Joshua is on the Tink mat. So I'm gonna get our player tag set up here, and we'll get that rocking and rolling.
Okay, so Brian is laying out. It looks like what we just saw, potentially a green steel deck. He has an amethyst and an amber deck. We could be seeing the amber ruby again. What is it? Let's see. So a amber emerald, which leaves us with a ruby sapphire. So two out of three different decks there, and then we do have an amber ruby. So who was on the left?
Joshua is on the left and Brian's on the right.
Okay, cool. So Joshua is playing at least the same archetypes that we saw in the previous game. Whereas on the other side, we're have 2 out of 3 decks that are different.
Okay. There's a comment I missed from earlier. It says, I haven't gotten involved from the pudding. I haven't gotten involved with Riftbound yet because I keep hearing they've made a legendary that goes into every deck and will be crazy expensive. That sounds like Flesh and Blood right there. I don't know if you.
So Riftbound has the same color diversity as Lorcana. So you play 2 different colors, and your champion has 2 colors. So your legend champion card determines what 2 colors your deck has.
Cool.
So there is no card that can go in every deck.
Okay.
Yeah. And anybody that's saying there's a super OP card that's pure conjecture, because
it's not even spoiled yet, right? Like the whole set.
We haven't even seen all the cards. Yeah.
even in because is the Chinese release. When is that? I think I have a source for getting products from Japan pretty easily. China is a little bit more difficult, but I have put out there like, hey, if you got any Chinese Riftbound, let me know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that comes out in August.
Okay.
And we're sharing a spoiler season though, so they'll be spoiled before the August release. We'll know all the cards.
Cool. So are they going to spoil English translated versions of the cards at the same time? I hope.
Yeah. I got to do 2 reveals. I revealed 2 Darius cards, which was very exciting.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We'll know all the cards. They're doing them Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Leading up, and then there'll be a 2-week break before launch in August.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Toki Ghoul with the follow, Conquer with the follow a little bit earlier. Looks like Climatics with the follow, and I think that's and Janet with the sub earlier. So appreciate everyone tuning in. We're actually we're clawing our way towards that 2,000 follower mark. So hopefully within the next couple weeks we'll hit that one and make some new goals. But looks like players. Did we see which decks were banned, or are we still kind of observing?
It looks like both. Once again, both of the Emerald Steel decks were banned. Not surprising.
Sure.
Easily the most oppressive deck in the game right now. They're still on that discard nonsense. It's not dead yet.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait for rotation. But yeah, we can see here Joshua setting up his hand for this Ruby Amethyst. It looks like a pretty standard, like mid-range Ruby Amethyst. It's got some locations, got some early card draw, like nothing too surprising in that list. Brian's cards I can't really see. Oh, he's on the Ruby Amber, so
Okay.
I suspect we'll see a much aggressive start here for Brian. With Joshua trying to use things like the fox and the crab to sort of win back the board by around turn 3 or 4.
Nice.
After we shuffle.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have 100-player Riftbound events, and next door we'll have Beyblade going on in the cage, the Thunderdome. We'll just...
Beyblade.
So okay. So
let it rip. Let it rip.
Is that what you guys chant in the park? Everyone's like, "What are these guys talking about?"
Let it rip. Let it rip.
What do you? I guess how is Beyblade played? I know they're resolving mulligans. I think we can skip.
Oh yeah, we're jumping in. We're jumping into Beyblade.
Yeah. Do you just rip it and then which last one spinning wins?
So here's the deal. No. So there's a point system.
Okay.
So it starts with the build. So a Beyblade has 3 parts. It's got the blade, it's got the ratchet, it's got the bit. You have to build a deck of 9 different combos with no repeating parts. So you have to have 3 different blades, 3 different ratchets, and 3 different bits, and build your 3 Beyblades.
Okay. 3 Beyblades that you're building out of 9 parts.
Out of 9 parts. Yep.
Okay.
There are hundreds of parts, so it's a very
diverse
there's a lot
meta.
of variety there.
Okay.
Yeah, very diverse meta.
Okay.
So you let it rip. And there's a point system. You get 1 point for outspinning the opponent. If nobody knocks anybody out, whoever spins longer gets a point. You get 2 points if you knock him into the pocket. Those are in the corners of the arena.
Okay.
You also get 2 points if you burst them, because these things will just explode. If you catch it at the right angle, all the pieces will come apart.
Okay.
So that's 2 points. And then 3 points for an extreme finish, which is the big tall pocket at the back of the stadium. That's an extreme. It's worth 3. And you typically are playing to 7 in Swiss. Yeah, you play first to 7 points in Swiss. And you pick your combos secretly, and then you reveal them to your opponent. You show them the top and the bottom so they know what your combo is.
Okay.
And you play left to right through your deck, and then if nobody's won after the first 3 rounds, you shuffle your deck secretly, and then you start over at the beginning, and you play till you get to 7.
And you each rip your own Beyblade.
Yeah. And there's a lot of techniques. There's different kinds of launchers that do different things. There's different angles and different ways to launch it, because you have a lot of control over the way that it hits the stadium and where it moves. After that, it's just going.
Okay.
But you have a lot of control about where it first lands and where it goes after it lands, which is that's the core of the strategy of the game.
And then is it like a hockey face-off where someone's got to put theirs in first?
No, you launch at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, the judge counts it down. Yeah,
okay.
It's a 3-2-1 rip if you're in the West, and 3-2-1 go shoot if you're in Japan.
Okay, go shoot. Got it. Okay. So
3, 2, 1,
you said judge.
Yeah.
Is that explain?
Yeah, so you have a judge because things happen fast in Beyblade, as you can imagine.
Okay.
And so when it seems like they get knocked out simultaneously, or it's hard to tell, did that one burst and then that one went in the pocket, or vice versa, the judge makes that call. The judge decides who gets the point. The judge keeps score, because while you're ripping and you're in the action, it's hard to remember who had what points.
Sure.
And so every match, you've got your 2 opponents and then a judge overseeing the match. And typically, it's the players. Like, we have designated judges, like the most experienced players. They're also in the tournament, but they're, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
to get through these games. So yeah, that's usually how we do it. A lot of people also will film with their iPhones. They have their phone on a little stand pointed at the arena so that you can have a replay.
Nice.
Yeah, because you need instant replay for a lot of things that just happen too fast for anyone to see.
All right. So is anyone actively streaming Beyblade tournaments on Twitch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eastside Beyblades on Twitch. They do, I forget what night. I think Thursday nights.
Okay.
They stream their weeklies.
Okay.
There's a few though, and there's a lot of like in my group, there's a lot of content creators who will take their matches and cut them up and put them on TikTok, so you can just watch like one match at a time.
Crazy. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is.
There's a lot, dude. They're an engineering marvel. Like there's a lot of once you get into like the shape and the angles and everything, there's a lot going on in a Beyblade.
Engineering marvel.
It's true, man.
I love it.
I
love how serious you're taking Beyblade, and I'm just not taking it seriously enough. I gotta really I gotta buckle up.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's here. It's real. It's Beyblade.
There's meta in Beyblading, says legitimate business person, and
yeah.
And Barbie says it sounds sick. So Barbie, yeah, we gotta. I guess we all gotta. I mean, are Beyblades available right now? Can you just go to like a?
You can go to Target, Walmart, GameStop. They have all the new Beyblades.
Nice.
And the thing is, like, unlike Lorcana, where you have to build a $200 deck and bring it, like when I show up with my little carrying case, it's buried. When I show up with my little carrying case, I'm gonna have 100 Beyblades.
Okay.
So like, if somebody wants to show up and hang out, learn to play, whatever, like nobody has to bring their meta. Now, if you're into the game, you're gonna want to bring your own builds, you know.
Sure.
But I can host a whole night with just the Beyblades I have. And
you're like, and
I
do every single night.
all the time. No, I play so often and I never have to loan anything out. Everybody's got big collections because they're dirt cheap, dude. A Beyblade's $7 for the whole combo.
Yeah, I guess how deep is the strategy of the game really?
I think it's incredibly deep.
Okay.
And because it's the deck, the building with the 9 parts, and then all the launch angles, the different, because you can consistently, like, okay, when I launch mine, it's gonna ride the outside of the arena and then hang in that corner for 3 seconds. And you can do that every single time without fall.
Okay.
So like there's a lot of control. So there's a lot of practice that goes into it. And on top of that, they are constantly coming out. Like 1 or 2 new ones a month. And the meta's constantly changing. There's no like seasons. There's just always new ones coming.
Nice.
And they change things a lot. They come out with a new bit that goes on an old blade, and suddenly that old blade's a meta blade now. And they have different weights. The weight is so important. People have micro scales and they weigh them, the different blades. They'll buy 10 of the same one just so they can make sure they're using the heaviest one.
Like they're gonna get pulled over and the cop sees like a micro scale in the background and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to search the car. You're like, no, I swear, it's
for my blades, babe.
It's
for my blades.
It's for your what, sir? Yeah. I think Eric wants to host. He's gonna host Riftborn and Beyblade at the same time. You're gonna be like, wait.
Yeah. It's a blast. It's so fun.
How does your
there's archetypes. There's attack, defense, balance, stamina. So like that is a big factor too, because like the shape of it and the way you build it changes what its archetype is. And it's like, what kind of deck do I want? Do I want an all attack deck? Do I want a balanced deck with every type? So there's a lot that goes into it.
Huh. Yeah.
This dude said Wizard Run 960 ball. He knows.
Nice.
He knows Beyblade.
Okay. Yeah. That line means nothing to me, but I'm sure
that's the meta. That's the meta Bay.
Okay.
The king of the meta right now is Wizard Rod 960 ball.
960 ball.
Yeah.
Is that so? Break that down for me.
Yeah. So Wizard Rod would be the blade.
Okay.
That's the name of the blade. The 960 refers to the ratchet, so it's a 9-sided. This one's 5-sided, you can see.
Sure.
So a 9 is 9-sided, and 60 is the height. They come in 60, 70, and 80 height.
Okay.
There's also 55 height and 85 height, but the standards are 60, 70, and 80 height.
Okay.
And then ball is the bit. It's a bit that's shaped like a ball.
That's what it spins on?
That's what it spins on,
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
The point of contact, yeah.
Okay. So how does this hobby of yours rank with your significant other in terms of, like in terms of like
do I like Beyblade more than Tina? Is that what you're asking?
Well, like I guess if no, if they had to rank your hobbies in terms of I guess like would they prefer that you're playing maybe a more traditional card game, or Beyblade? I guess like which one do they support you more with? Like I guess which one is like they're like, oh, I'm so stoked that you're going out there and doing this, you know, or is Beyblade like high or low on that scale?
So I think it's a really good balance with card games, and I want to explain why. But I'll tell you, she likes that I'm outside.
Okay.
It gets me out at the park. I usually am going for a walk before or after. Like, I'm meeting new people that are different from card people.
That's cool.
So like it's another group. And she does like that they're a lot cheaper. Like my whole collection of Beyblade is the cost of one Lorcana deck. But I think what makes it such a great companion for card games is the juxtaposition of the way you enjoy it. A card is such a precious thing.
Yeah.
It needs to be protected. It needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
We grade our cards. Like you have to be so careful with cards. And a Beyblade is a weapon.
Yeah.
They smash into each other. They chip off. The more damaged your Beyblade is, the more you've loved it. The more time you've spent with it. They're battle scars.
Nice.
You know, they go on a journey and they break. Eventually they break, and people keep their broken Beyblades because it's like they bury them. They're like hanging their jerseys up in the rafters.
Yeah. That's okay.
So like having a game where you just smash your stuff together and you know, it's such a good, it pairs so well with my cards that are just so precious, and I have to be so careful.
I love the juxtaposition angle, because I think that's that definitely changes the way you interface with your hobby. The thing it like, not that it's necessarily related, but one of the hobbies I've looked at and I did growing up was my neighbor and we had RC cars, and so you'd like build your car, and we had electric ones, but we'd go to the track in the area and they go and race them and build them, and they'd break and you get to fix them and stuff like that. But it makes me think it's definitely more like mechanical hobby.
Yeah.
And I've looked at that like if Kingslayer was to expand in hobbies, I wonder if like we'd ever go into a route like if the store was 30,000 square feet, would a corner of our hobbies be like RC cars or like that kind of stuff? You know? And that's like a pretty different path, but this is kind of fun.
So Duck Who out in Fullerton, their main thing is this type of car, and I'm trying to remember what the name of it is, but it's called 4WD. Have you ever heard of 4WD? They're like these.
Yeah, it's is it
mini 4-wheel drive? I think they're called.
Okay, I think it's called Duck Who in Fullerton.
Yeah, and they do mini 4WD cars.
Let's see, Duck Who Workshop Hobby Store in Fullerton.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
So Beyblade is the thing they do like once a week, and they do on the weekend for bigger tournaments. I've been to tournaments there that have 100 people.
For Beyblade?
For Beyblade, yeah. But their main thing, like 6 days or 5 days of the week, is mini 4WD racing.
Okay, and is it like kind of a derby type, or not like but yeah, they're small like racetrack looking things. What in the world?
Yeah, they've got a racetrack. Yeah,
That's
and
cool.
they've got all these different cars, and they're really cheap. They're like $20, but you customize them, you build different parts on them and stuff.
Yeah, I'm showing it on the stream right now, the video on their Instagram. It's so crazy. It's like you think you've discovered all the hobbies in the world, you know? And then
I know, dude.
No,
yeah.
No.
I used to one of my hobbies used to be mini whoops. I used to do little drone racing.
Okay.
And we'd build these drones and take them to a store, kind of like Duck Who, and race them. We'd have like hoops and LEDs and stuff, and they'd set up a fly track, big rings like my light, and we'd fly our little drones through them. It was super fun.
These cars go so fast.
They're so fast.
Holy
they're
crap.
super fast.
What's propelling that?
Batteries. Yeah, they're lipos. Yeah, they take super lightweight lipos, kind of like a drone.
That's nuts. Yeah, we just watched a race on stream. That's insane. Oh. Yeah, that's
super cool.
I see. Yeah, there was a guy that used to play at Kingslayer that was into like drone photography, but then they would do drone races in like parking structures at night. And I don't know how official it was, or if it was kind of unofficial, but they would like
probably not official.
But they would film. The drone had a camera on it, and they'd be filming just like going crazy fast in and out of beams and stuff. And it was like
you wear goggles like you're in VR, and so it's first person, like you're flying the thing.
Yeah,
it's so fun.
That's crazy.
And like you're teeny tiny because the camera's so small.
Yeah,
it's like flying a teeny tiny spaceship.
Toki Ghoul says, I came for Lorcana and became an expert in Beyblade and drones. Nice.
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's why I enjoy. I can't. I often don't take card stuff too seriously when streaming because like my expertise is on the business side of games, and so for me to like, I will do play by play, especially if we're doing the first year of Lorcana. And when I first started streaming, I was doing a lot more learn to play stuff and interacting with chat about like teaching the game. But I feel like a lot of that, like, I'll still do that, and I like doing that. But now it's been, I feel like, more sustaining that community, and it gives me a chance to connect with the people that come and play at the stores. But more often than not, it's more like it's a fun time for that and to connect and to show off Lorcana. But yeah, you and I had so much to catch up on that, and you're bringing all sorts
it's been a long time.
Yeah, you're bringing so many good gems in here. This Beyblade
I loved your tour, your video touring the new building, and I love seeing it before it's built out because I know it's going to look amazing. I'm really excited, but like the imagination piece is so much fun. Like picturing where things are going to go, and the way you were laying it out, like, okay, that's our feature room, and you start to like project, what the store is going to look like. It was super fun, but the whole time I was watching, I was like, "There's room for Beyblade." I can't pitch it. It's finally time.
Nice.
There's room.
Nice. No, thanks for saying that. Yeah, it was. I was so premature with that video because we still hadn't and still have not signed the lease yet. But we have an agreement in principle, and like things have been signed, but the lease is not done because we're still waiting for city approval stuff. And we don't need possession until August because I'm doing like summer family stuff in July anyways. So I was like, I don't need the keys till August, but I would like to get the lease done like as soon as possible. But it's taking a lot longer than I wanted. But I was so excited about sharing that it was happening that I wanted to get it up. And then my plan is to do weekly or bi-weekly segments on kind of the progress, but there just hasn't been.
That'd be so fun.
We're still. And to your point about the space, and the vision part of it is really cool, and I've done this for smaller stores before, but this will be the first time where we have a larger store, and I know that space goes really quick. So some of the things that we want to do, like Warhammer takes up a lot of space, and we've jumped into the video game side of the business, and since like December, and the plan was to really have a section of that at this new store, but now as we're looking at it into the future here, like there's other things that I want to make sure we don't miss on, and I want to make sure we can do maybe 100 or 120 player events for TCG, and I want to make sure we can do Beyblades or whatever the really important organized play part, because I don't want to, as much as I love video games, I don't want to sacrifice potential OP space for inventory just because I love video games, or just because that does sell well. So that there's this balance of vision for making sure we have enough room for streaming content and like content room or a team of people to be focused on that, making sure we have enough room for TCG, and then and like I want to make sure we don't cut out a type of a game just because we have to move our warehouse over there, and we may or may not make some of those decisions. But there's a lot to be done really before we get to open.
I mean, that seems like such a hard thing about organizing a game store, because like in any other store that would be wasted space, but you have to have space for people and for bodies. You have to have lots of empty space in Kingslayer. So that's a tricky thing, because like Comic Quest is a huge space, but it is so packed with product. It feels cramped. It feels like it's super small. And they even moved from next door to get more space.
Yeah.
And it feels like such a small, cramped, comic book store, because there's just so much shelves, so many tight shelves in there. And a game store can't do that. Like there has to be space for people.
Yeah. I think we know what product segments do really well for us and have really fast turn and sales speed. And those things don't take up that much space. And that's where I think game store owners, when they first open their stores, or if they've been doing it for 20 years, they kind of stick with what works for them. And, the booster pack wall behind the counter it's going to take up a very small fixed amount of space. And that's like, I don't know, it's probably, I think it was 85% of our revenue is, no, it was higher. It was like 89% of our revenue was TCG adjacent. And some of that is accessories, which accessories, I guess, take up some more floor space. But we don't need to take up all that square footage. I'd rather have tables and chairs and just have be a place where people can play. And like our Fountain Valley store has long overdue in terms of expansion, and there's people that just want a place to be able to do free play and Commander and all that kind of stuff anyways, and we turn away. We had a meeting with my team last week, and they were like, we're just tired, like we're so excited about moving because we're tired of having to tell people where else to go to play because we're always full. And I was like, me too. Like that would be and that's why like a lot of the content I make is focused on getting people excited about, if they're excited about being entrepreneurs and they like hard work, then I think opening a game store, like there's going to be so much more demand in the next 10 years for clean spaces that have that support organized play, and the TCG stuff just doesn't take up that much room, so you can just put tables and chairs out and make it work. And that having like walking through those doors and hearing the roar of like 100 people playing games on a Friday is that's the part I'm like, I can't wait for. And it's soon.
Amazing.
It's like maybe 6 months away or 7 months away.
It's so important, man, because like us gamer types, like we don't have second spaces or third spaces.
Sure.
There's work and home, and then it's the game store. Like that is the third space. Like, some of us go to the gym, right?
Yeah.
Like some of us have families and like we do stuff with them, but like by and large, like the game store, Kingslayer is the third space for this community. So like it's so important, and it's only going to get more important.
Yeah, I think it's such a, I don't know. I think people that invest in these spaces for communities, especially when you see what's on the horizon with Gundam and Riftbound, and there'll be more big card games like going to be
Beyblade.
And Beyblade, yeah, these big card games like Beyblade are going to be rewarded. Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the love. And I missed that you were stirring the pot, but he said I'm never here for Lorcana, and then someone gave him grief, and he says he's just here to stir the pot. He is Anthony has been playing at the store for forever and plays a lot of Magic and Star Wars Unlimited, but he likes to troll. But he trolls with lurking and supporting. He's actually better than lurking because he's antagonizing people, and it helps our chat metric, I'm sure. So, but it's gonna be fun. I'm excited to highlight that. And I was like totally expecting to have a nice, good content series like weekly for the store stuff, and then I'm like, oh my god, how much longer could the city take to approve our use? But apparently, the cities don't move very fast in the summer. Apparently, what I'm learning.
So you mentioned this in your tour, but have you put more thought into like the windows and security? Like, what are you thinking about all that stuff? Because it's like all glass, right?
It's like all glass. Yeah, I have to figure out what that glass is rated in terms of, like, I just don't,
because it was a bank, right? So it has to be,
it's got to be something. Yeah, I think so a lot of that glass will have like really permanent furniture in front of it, so it would be difficult to break through,
big shelves and stuff.
And I think we'll have to do scissor gates in a lot of it, so that helps a ton. So I think we'll have that. There's one thing we talked about in our last meeting. We may, in terms of for loss prevention stuff, we may actually hire a security guard for that store, depending on volume. Because think of like Costco, like a receipt check. It doesn't need to be security guard necessarily. It could be like a Target security guard style, or even like a receipt checker person just at the door. Just because the amount of volume in terms of product that will go in and out could be pretty high. But in the evening, I think security gate, the scissor gates will be really expensive to install, but a one-time cost.
And even beyond loss prevention, once you get 100 people in a store, like just having like a safety expert, because you don't know what's going to happen with that many people. And I don't even just mean like a fight or a conflict, like somebody getting sick or somebody getting hurt, like having someone who's, trained in first aid or whatever. And like, just having someone who's there to oversee, to like protect the product and the customers. I think that's such a good idea.
Yeah. I like that you said that, because that I hadn't crossed my mind in that way yet, but having this person be somehow safety certified, in addition to just being loss prevention, or even having like store managers go through some amount of safety training for, I don't know, CPR or something like that could be neat. But
that's a lot of people. Like you just don't know what's going to happen when you get all those people in the same space.
Luckily, we're like the services in that region, like the emergency hospital is like a block away, and
super close.
And the police station is also very close, so like it's nice that we're not out in the sticks per se, but But yeah, there's just with the scale, it is like, oh, there's a little bit of like there'll be a different type of anxiety or fear because it was this small like cozy potentially like Lake Forest is like a small cozy store where you kind of know everyone in the room, but it's gonna be like for people that like if you're not really great with large crowds or whatever, if it's that every day, that could be kind of a different vibe, and I don't know exactly.
A totally different vibe. Yeah. And that's another thing with like managing all that space, right? Like if it can on a day-to-day be smaller spaces, like this section over here and this section over here, so it doesn't feel like you're just in a big sea of people all the time.
Yeah, that could be
and
nice.
then when you have to put them all together for a big tournament or something, you can, but like making it like this section of tables over here and that section over there would definitely help people feel more comfortable who aren't prepared to be in a bigger store necessarily.
Yeah, there's that kind of section to the left when you first walk in. That's kind of like an alcove, which we've kind of thought for like either like role playing games or Warhammer. That could be like a section that's or a smaller format game that might only have 12 people playing in it. Maybe you don't throw them to the mass, but that'd be some interesting decisions. I was originally not going to do any sort of wall demoing, was originally part of the plan, but that wall that covers where the bathrooms are, I'm thinking we'll probably take out, have it be a little more open than having to go through two doors. But there's a lot of stuff going around in terms of thought process.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's like a canvas. Like there's so many different things you can do with it right now, and it'll be even more fun when it's done. I know it's also daunting for you because it's so much work.
Yeah,
but it's exciting.
It's like it's the most fun part of my job because it's like I mean, I don't know if this sounds fun to everyone, but like going to Home Depot like 3 times a day to like knock out this one little thing that's just like it needs to be fixed or needs to be solved, and then like for Lake Forest, I did a lot of the work myself, and this time I won't be able to do that because it's a larger project, and it just wouldn't make a ton of sense. But, like the flooring and the paint at Lake Forest, I did myself, and it was fun. Like Home Depot was close by. It was like I mentioned this before, but like I had just quit. I just quit drinking like 3 months beforehand, and so like I was like really looking for something to challenge myself. So I really liked the physical element of it and like planning, and it was a lot easier to plan because it was like 1,200 square feet. There weren't very many decisions to make with Lake Forest other than like what's the color of paint and what's the floor going to look like, and then you squeeze as many tables as you can. But this one will be much more intense in terms of like the planning and decision making, and I'm kind of waiting for the lease to happen before I really invest a ton of time into the blank canvas that you're referring to. But I do really enjoy that part of the Home Depot runs for fixing problems, and getting kind of doing a good amount of the work yourself, and
and it's about having a project you can finish, because like in your work and mine, like there's always another set, there's always something more to sell, there's always another game to play. It kind of like never ends. There's no beginning and end to anything, but this is a project that you're going to start and complete.
Yeah.
And then you have a store to run, but like at least you'll look at that store and be like, I did this. It was nothing and now it's this.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of satisfaction in like a project-based work that you and I don't always get like day to day.
Yeah. No, that's true. I think that was it's hard. The days go by so quickly, and life moves really, really fast. It's hard to I have a hard time like pausing and like looking back and being like, wow, like the Oceanside and Lake Forest store didn't exist, and then we decided to risk, and then they exist, and now those communities, now people have been introduced to us, and we've hired people, and all these relationships have formed from those decisions. But unless I pause and look back, I don't really, I'm just always like, what's the next thing? But it is really nice.
What's the next problem to solve?
And it is we one of the things I learned this year was, in order to scale, I made the direct relationship, which is kind of obvious if saying it out loud, but between hiring and scale, because I think that's something that game store owners struggle with a lot, is they don't want to increase their payroll. They don't want to hire enough people to run their stores well. And so I encourage them to just help, I give them my playbook for hiring, and I encourage them to hire more people in certain ways. But because we've done that and invested in, like, we have 3 salary positions at Kingslayer that aren't store managers, but they're actually like one level above, that work on specialized components of the company. And then we also have store managers and assistant managers that have specific roles and responsibilities. And because we've I promoted folks to salary before we could really afford to, but because I knew there was a relationship between if I pay really, really good people to build the company we want to be, like that's a better investment than me just like holding on to all my money and buying the Tesla or something, like that. And
Right.
so
Yeah.
and so we did that, and like that because we bet on the people to do good work, like that's really, really, really worked. And now same thing, like we're still hiring. We haven't stopped hiring since November, and usually we would hire for a short burst of time and then stop hiring for like 6 months. And that we've just been actively hiring nonstop and the plan is to keep doing that until the store opens. And that's kind of how we're solving a lot of our like growth problems. So it's a fun time to be here, especially because we don't like, not one person has to do all the work. We're all kind of helping each other out. And
Yeah. That's awesome, man. That's a really important skill to have as like a leader or a business owner, is just being able to identify like who are my collaborators versus who is my like support, like who's here to help and who's here to like move things forward with me, and being able to like identify those people and like, keep them, promote them, keep them happy, and listen to them and let them do what that they can do. Like I've had a lot of bosses. I've had a lot of bosses that don't recognize talent like that, and that's such an important thing if you want to keep growing like you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I think that's it's something that I've talked on some of my videos about like partnerships or not doing partnerships, and I think the value for me always became like what if we could just pay people what they're worth, and like we have medical dental vision at Kingslayer too. So is there a way? And this didn't make sense. Like 10 years ago, there was like no way this would work because game stores weren't profitable enough, and TCGs hadn't grown enough, and Pokemon wasn't profitable enough. But then eventually, over time of doing this for 5 years, it was like, oh, maybe it is profitable enough to be a scaling business. But is there a way we could pay people a good wage and still grow and scale? And it was like, oh, I think. And then once it started working, we're like, oh my gosh, like this is the best thing ever. And so we just kind of doubled down
awesome.
and kept accelerating those folks. And now, we have 30 staff members. And I think we're probably hiring a 31st this week. And
wow.
Yeah, we're just trying to make the best like community experience possible. And that's I think there's such an opportunity for that in every state. Like if people can build a game store, even if it starts at 24 players or 32 or whatever, like people are dying and they're desperate for, in a good way, for a community where they can meet people and engage outside of home and work, like we were talking about.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And play Beyblade.
And play Beyblade together. Let it rip.
Yes. Well, we went on our high horse there, and I completely didn't see who won match 2.
That was Joshua's game, 2-0.
Okay. Got it. Congrats to Joshua for that. And 13 players, so we'll probably have 4 rounds tonight. So we'll see. I've been forgetting to start the timer when the rounds start, so I'll try to I should be able to see. We probably still have about 12 minutes left on that. So if there's a point where you want to take a couple minute break, you're welcome to do so. Or I'm ready to keep jamming too. If there's anything else.
I'm hanging out. I got some water here. I'm drinking Hint.
Okay. How's that working for you? How's that working for you?
It's just a little hint. This one's a little hint of pineapple.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I've been a white monster guy myself for. Oh, hold on. We've got one of those bend in half phones Joshua has there. That is some nice. Oh, he's got a bend in half phone too. What is it? What is that? Like how you just.
This is
it's like a Game Boy.
Google Pixel.
Okay.
Yeah, it is like a Game Boy. Yeah, this one's a Pixel. His looks like the Samsung. It's taller. Mine's wider.
Okay.
Than tall. But I'm getting rid of it. I'm replacing it. Actually, tomorrow my new phone comes in. I've had this one for 2 years.
What are you going to?
I'm getting an Ultra. Getting the Samsung Ultra.
Is it new? Is it the new hotness?
That's the new big boy. Yeah. Right. I like the Foldy, but it just didn't do. It never ended up doing all the things I wanted it to do. I wanted it to be like a book. I wanted to open it and read comic books. I wanted 2 screens, and it never got that kind of support. It sucks for video games. Like the front screen is like a weird squat, and then you open it and the games like don't stretch correctly. It's weird for YouTube. Like it's so cut off in the middle. It's like the only thing it's really good for is 2 apps. If you want like your email on one side and your notes on the other, or like, like productivity stuff I like. But it never did all the things I wanted a Foldy phone to do. So I'm moving on. It's really heavy. It's super heavy.
Okay.
And I just use the front screen like most of the time anyway. So
the opening functionality was not useful enough.
yeah, wasn't what I was hoping for. So
Have you not been an iPhone guy have you ever been iPhone?
my last iPhone was an iPhone 4.
Oh wow, you left and never went back. iPhone 4 was actually pretty solid though. That was like the metal frame, right?
Yeah.
That's a good phone.
With the squared off in the metal frame. 2006, I think, was iPhone 4. I liked that one. But no, I'm all in on Android.
Okay.
You know, Android guy. I used to sell phones.
Okay.
Sell cell phones. And I know how to use phones, and I know what I want them to do. So I don't need an iPhone to hold my hand through it. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
That's fine.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's I've switched back and forth a couple times. I've gone the I can't remember the last Samsung I had, but it was probably 3 phones ago. And it usually was for like they always had a better camera and video. Like they were just always a step ahead of Apple with like video quality, and then like video quality got so good it almost doesn't matter anymore. Like I think I don't know how much better they need to be for like realism or for how much larger the files need to be. But yeah, I guess Anthony's very in support of your take of being anti.
Well, it's a battle of AI tech now. It's who can do the wackiest thing with their pictures. Like now it's like automatically remove someone from your picture, or make my eyes open. I blinked in that picture. Now replace it with real eyes. Like that's the new frontier. It's not how many megapixels anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What kind of AI nonsense can my camera do?
Nice. Yeah, and I think that's where I think the ecosystem for Apple ends up being useful to a degree right now, because like the kids are on Apple Watches, and so for like tracking the kids ends up being like we don't my 12 and 10-year-old don't have cell phones, and so but having the Apple Watch and being able to track them if they go to the park or something is pretty nice, and I think that ecosystem is cool. But I'm also I'm like building up like a protest inside of me, a revolution against the man. And I was like, when I was building this computer, I was considering leaving Windows and going like Linux build. And and one of the only, maybe not one of the only, but a big one was like the BattleNet client. Like the Blizzard games are not on Linux in any way, shape, or form, unless you like do some weird hoops and stuff. So I thought about going as far as that, and like I am slowly ramping off my streaming services because I built a NAS, like a network access storage in my home. So I have like a Plex server that I've started putting things on, and I'm doing more physical media stuff. So I'm trying to like detach from the man as much as possible, which at some point would mean I would need to leave like the Apple ecosystem and just go like my own version or something. But yeah, I don't know if you've...
I support it. It's the hardest thing to do. Like we've built our world this way, and we all have to live in it, you know?
Yeah.
I support what you're trying to do, but at a certain point, it's like, what are you going to build a car? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's true. Sometimes some services are nice. Yeah. I think Linux has gotten a lot better with support, and you can do it. The other part is like the Adobe environment. So like I'd have to use DaVinci Resolve for video, and like GIMP for photo editing or something. And like I think all those tools, like the free open source stuff, at least for like personal computing, is like pretty close. And then I think going Android instead of Apple, because you have more freedom and customization, is pretty close. And I could probably replicate a lot of those services that I like about the ecosystem in a Google environment. But yeah. Now, well, one day
I get it. For having kids, I think I'd probably get everyone iPhones too. It's just it seems like you have more control. You can pay attention to what's going on easier.
Yeah,
it's easier for them. Yeah.
My 16-year-old got a phone way too early, and I co-parent him, and so I didn't have a ton of control over that decision. But he's like very, very glued to his phone, and like whenever he's with me, I'm like, go. He knows the first word I'll say is glove box, because whenever he gets in my car, like his phone has to go in the glove box. He's not allowed to just sit there and like endlessly scroll, because he would just sit there and scroll for forever. But it's it's a different, raising kids in the cell phone environment is wild. Like there's a spectrum of like some kids get that phone when they're 4, you know?
Dude, how weird is it to have memories of like before the internet and before cell phones?
It was the best. You know? We like played outside.
We live in a completely different world than the one we grew up in. It is so weird.
Yeah.
And it's such a unique experience that like our generation has. is like the before and after of this.
Yeah.
Basically, what is a new evolution in like the human experience, like, you know, like the industrial revolution, like the agricultural revolution, and now this like internet revolution.
Yeah.
Like, and we lived on both sides of it. It's so strange.
Yeah. How old are you?
34.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 38. I had a like a pager. I don't know why I convinced my parents.
Yeah.
It's like a pager. It could text though, and that was in I think like sophomore year of high school, and that was kind of my first device. And then it was like the Nokia, and then the Razors and all that kind of stuff was kind of the first phone generation. And like high school kids started having phones that could text by like senior year. That was like a big deal.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I would just go to my neighbor's house next door, and we would just get in all sorts of shenanigans. And I was like, yeah, I'll see. I went over there in the summer, like in the morning, and then I came home at like 7 p.m. at night for dinner or something. And it was like, what'd you do all day? And you're like, oh, all sorts of totally cool stuff, you know,
Dude, like climb trees,
Yeah.
rolled a can of soda down the street. Yeah, dude, it feels like we're talking about the Dust Bowl or something. Like,
Yeah.
we grew up in such a different time.
Yeah. No, it is. It is wild. And I think depending on where you live too, I think maybe it's. I grew up in like in North LA County, but it was in like a ranch area towards Palmdale, a town called Acton, and it was like pretty rural and not like city life where I am now. Like it's much more city, but even like people that we talk to that are our age that grew up in a city environment would still say like, oh yeah, I used to like walk to the park, I used to walk to school, and like this kind of stuff, or like I knew my neighbors, you know. And like it is because we turned the household in America turned towards screens and away from their neighbors and the environments around them. Like we just like are like afraid of that a lot of times, of like going over to your neighbor's house for dinner or something like that just doesn't happen, at least not in California.
Yeah, which is why having a game store as a third space is so important.
We brought it around.
We're circling back.
We tied it all together.
Yeah. Sky Dolnoa.
Yep. Let's go.
You're right.
Yep.
Sky. Rolling cans of soda down the street was that was a full-time hobby. I
didn't know that.
We'd have somebody huck it, and then somebody on their bike try to race it, you know? But the thing is, they'd hit a rock and burst open and spray soda on everybody.
Was the best. Yeah, I remember that happening. I think I grew up on dirt roads, so it would have been like a quick to spray, you know, like it was like all rocks.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's fun to bring that stuff back, and I think that's something where California has a harder time having those moments. I feel like where like my folks moved to Oklahoma 3 years ago, and it is something, there's like those small towns in the middle of nowhere of the states like still have some more of those rural vibes. But I think SoCal ends up being like so much city and stuff. That's where I think the third space is like such a sweet spot for people to connect again. And we should just have a no cell phones rule at Kingslayer, huh?
I mean,
never mind. We need them to post on social media. We need to also, use those devices to get impressions on videos. And
that's right. Yeah. We're all content creators.
That's true.
Wow, we have another Amber Ruby. Everybody kind of got the same idea at Lake Forest this week.
The same
it's
vibes.
Very interesting. Yeah.
While they're setting up, we do have a giveaway tonight. We haven't mentioned it very much, but there's 3 different prizes. To fill out the giveaway, there's a pinned post on YouTube and Twitch. If you're watching on TikTok, which if you are, thanks so much for tuning in. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure there's a link in the profile page where you can click on that. Just fill out that Google form. It's a way that we can email you if you win. And we're doing a playmat. The Kingslayer playmat is over here, actually, if I can reach it. The Yvonne from our Lake Forest store designed this. It's part of our art team. But our Kingslayer mat. So one of those is going to first place, and then we also have a trove and a Cinderella single that is going to be given away as well. And then Skyhill says, no cell phones at Kingslayer. How will we record our score? That's true. Life totals and Commander. Watch Kingslayer. I know. I tried it. Maybe we could have like a no technology day. Might be like a once a year thing.
Yes, that's cool. I like that. Yeah.
Candles only, no electricity. Which actually had to happen at our Lake Forest store because there was a power outage a couple weeks ago, and it was not just a one-piece event, but it was like a one-piece pre-release event. So no one wanted to leave because like the pricing mattered because of the packs were all people were excited about that. So they played the power did
Cards
come on
by candlelight.
Yeah, well, it was by phone light. Yeah, but it was we could do cards by candlelight. I like that idea. All right, let me see what we have for players here. Let's see, Mark and Joshua. No, Mark and Joshua. Joshua is on Tink. All right, get that set. I think Joshua's on the same side, and then Mark is the opponent.
And we've got a ruby amethyst here with a little bit of spice. I saw some spicy stuff in there. Trying to see what's on the other side. He's got it out of frame, keeping his cards close to the vest.
All right, we're gonna do a new prediction. We didn't do one for round 2, but we're gonna do one for round number 3. But you're welcome to join us on the prediction. You just have to predict with your channel points, and I'll have this live in just a moment. Who will win round 3? It is going to be Joshua or Mark. Round 3, Joshua, Mark. Boom, started. Sending it.
Fired up.
And we are in round number 2, not round number 3. There we go. Boom. Mark, we saw a lot of Mark a couple weeks ago in the event James and I did. Very, very, good player. You know him well.
Yep. Very good. Beats me often. I don't like that part.
And we can't sub to Kingslayer or follow Kingslayer without our phones. This is true. We'll let the phones stand.
True, though.
Yeah, and Apple Pay. I guess that's probably something we need to. We need to take the money and all that fun stuff.
In the Apple Pay, I guess.
Yeah, or Google Pay, I guess, is probably something.
Yep. Yeah, Google Wallet, we call it.
Okay. Nice. Beyblades.
Looks like we're doing
and Beyblades and Google and Androids.
I bet I'll beat Mark at Beyblade.
Does
Mark that much?
Does Mark Beyblade?
I don't know, but I'll beat him.
Nice. Or do people say like, do you blade? Is that a thing people say?
Yeah. Bladers. We're bladers.
Nice. Not to be confused with like rollerbladers.
Well, nobody's a rollerblader. Those still exist?
Yeah, what? Come on. Some people.
What are we in Malibu? I don't know about rollerbladers.
Well, we're in Orange County. There's just a beach and a boardwalk.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not like we're in Aspen.
Mark on the Mufasa, and Joshua on the shark version, the Maui shark version. The Pirate's Life.
Okay. Love it.
Ruby Amethyst. I don't love it. But I get it. I get why they're playing it.
Not a Pirate's Life fan?
No, it feels bad.
Yeah.
It's one of those feel bad. Like discard feels bad, losing your points feels bad. It's like, hey, those are my points.
Yeah.
I earned those.
Yeah.
You can't just take them.
It is a mean card.
It is. It is quite mean. Already with some locations out. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, because Mark doesn't want to deal with locations at all. Mark wants to play all of his cards out on the board.
Okay.
As fast as possible.
Is it the library?
Is
that what that is?
Yeah, it's the library.
Fun.
So that's definitely an interesting move. If the deck's fast enough, you can ignore a library for the entire game.
Yeah, makes sense.
I have certainly seen a library on 3 and just said, I don't care about that.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. It's just for card. Is it just card draw? Is that what it does?
And lore every turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
In longer games, you might have to worry about it, but if you're aggro, then maybe you're just no thanks.
Yes, I mean, if you're worried about them, if you're worried about your opponent taking your characters out, you actually want them to play library because it's like, cool, that's one less thing that can hurt me.
Yeah, that's true. If it's library instead of a character, that would be challenging.
Yeah.
Sky says can't be as bad as seeing your opponent go turn 2 Rhino, turn 3 Lady Daisy, turn 4 Lady Doc.
Everybody has Rhino trauma, Travis. Everybody has been hurt by Rhino this set. He's a brand new card.
Is it the one that's 2 colors or the Amber Rhino?
Yeah, it's an Amber Steel shift, Floodborn Rhino.
Okay. Really, this is what people. What is this even from?
That's from Bolt. That's Bolt's buddy.
Okay, Rhino Bolt's buddy, the Power Hamster. This is people have trauma from the Power Hamster.
Yeah, this is the card people are are upset about right
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good card. It's not an unfair card, but you can get a 4/3 that quests for 2 with 2 resist out on turn 2, and then it's like, well, nobody can deal with that on turn 2. You know, like it's
Yeah.
gonna be there
Because it's
for at
shifting.
least-
It's shifting onto a one cost Rhino.
Yeah, shifting onto a 1-cost Rhino. So it's not easy to get rid of, but also it doesn't really do much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like it's another card that can be ignored, but a lot of people have Rhino trauma.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the shift target there,
That's
which
cool.
is also a good card on its own.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I love
also
I love how
usable.
it's called the one, or it's 1/16th wolf. Is I don't think I've seen Bolt, so apparently I'm
Okay.
failing at
John
life
Travolta
again.
is the dog.
Okay. Yeah, I
It's
think
kind of a messed up movie, actually.
yeah.
The dog believes he is a superhero, but he's actually an actor dog on a show about a superhero dog.
Ooh.
And the whole production company has trapped the dog in this fantasy where he thinks he actually has superpowers. So that because the dog acting has to be real, Travis.
Yeah,
he said.
that makes
the
sense.
The dog has to believe. So
Yeah.
so it's about gaslighting a puppy, and it's very dark.
So it's kind of like the Buzz Lightyear like arc, right? Like
Yeah, except instead of he doesn't know he's a toy, it's he must not find out
we're
he's
gonna
a toy.
we're gonna keep the sham alive.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that sounds dark. It's like what's that movie? I can't remember which one it is. Is it there's A Bug's Life was the cute bug movie, but was it either the Bee movie or Ants that was like also was weirdly dark?
Ants was pretty mature.
Yeah.
But you know, even Bug's Life is about like the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and like the rights of the worker ants. Like it also has heavy themes, but through the Disney lens, it's like a lot more subtle.
Yeah.
I mean, the crux of that movie is like, what if they all find out? What if they all band together? Like, we can't stop all of them. You know?
Right.
So like that's in there, but I think Ants is more adult.
I think I remember it being in the background when the kids were young, and I was like, there was like language in it or something. And I was like, what the heck is going on? Like, it's just kind of weird. I was like, I thought this was a children's movie, and then there's like, this is bullshit or something is what an ant said. I was like, wait, maybe I'm forgetting.
I love how Sky said it's not about rhino traumatization and then describes their rhino traumatization. It's not about traumatization. It's about this traumatic thing that happened to me.
Maybe a rhino was related, you know? It's good. As long as we're, is it traumatic enough to get banned? Maybe not.
No, Ants is not Disney. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
But Bug's Life was.
Okay. Yeah, that could be the. Yeah, and then was it is Bee movie the one with Seinfeld?
Yes, that's the Seinfeld one. Yeah. When a woman loves a bee.
Well, I can't remember the meme or the YouTube video about that, but there's something about the Bee movie that was a meme.
It's something about how it goes 1% faster every time they say the word bee, and then the whole movie's over in 20 seconds.
Yes.
Like it just keeps getting faster and faster.
Yeah. Good stuff. People have too much time on their hands. See, if AI was around, that I'm sure whoever edited that would have been done much quicker.
That does feel like the proto AI meme, doesn't it?
Yeah. No. But life wasn't the same. Back when we were young, back when we were kids, no tech. People just had to play cards, and they couldn't look up lists. They had to read magazines.
I knew how to get everywhere in town by cutting through different yards,
Yeah.
Like I never used a street.
Nice.
I traveled as if there were no roads, as the crow flies. That was me.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in the suburbs of St. Louis.
Okay.
In Missouri.
Nice. Heartland.
And when I grew up, my subdivision was surrounded by woods, and by the time I finished high school, it was all subdivisions. There was no more. I used to be surrounded by wilderness, and then it was all just more houses and neighborhoods. It happened so fast.
Yeah, that's let's see. Yeah, the development of like Southern California has happened like that a lot. Like Orange County used to have nice little orange fields, but no, not anymore. Just sports stadiums.
Yep. Yeah. So Joshua's doing actually a really good job of slowing Mark down,
Okay.
which is the only way to deal with this deck is to make him burn out because he doesn't have a lot of ways to draw cards. So if you can slow him down enough, you can take over. And Joshua's doing that pretty well while maintaining a lore lead. So we'll just see if, on the other hand, if Mark can heal this Mother Galfa with a Rapunzel, which he just did, that's like a game changer. That's 3 cards. Now he's got a 3/4 on the board, a healthy
Nice.
3/4. That's like, yeah, that's how the classic Mufasa Ruby Amethyst just completely flips the game in 1 turn. So now it feels a lot more even, but we'll see. I see the Be Prepared in hand, so Joshua has the eject button for when Mark's board gets too out of control. We'll see how well Mark can play around it.
Nice. Is Mark also playing Be Prepared as well in this list?
I know. Well, sometimes a Mufasa deck will play 1 or 2.
Okay.
Usually not, because they only want characters. Mufasa only works with characters. So
got it.
Yeah. It's gonna be an exciting weekend. You think you're gonna tune in at all for the Worlds?
Yeah, I think it's a good chance. I was originally going to go to the Grand Canyon this weekend, was part of our plan, and then we didn't have the right. I've got family coming in on, my son flies in on the 30th, and then family coming in on the 2nd. So we had a lot of prep to do before we're kind of hosting a lot of that, and then I didn't have, our dog sitter fell through, so Sammy didn't have a sitter for the Grand Canyon trip. So I'm actually much more free than I was going to be. So yeah, I think I'll definitely tune in and see. Just it'd be cool to see like viewership numbers and engagement, and with the casting, is the casting solid, and
yeah,
I think I'm just good.
It's a bizarre format, man. I'm very surprised that the format that they've chosen, just because it's like, do you know how it works? They're starting with this super sealed, and then it goes into triple.
James explained it to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, like we had 10 DLC events. Nobody ever played a format like this in any competitive setting. So it's very odd that this is what they decided to go with. And I'm excited to see how it is. I don't know how much fun Super Seal is going to be to watch.
Yeah.
There's not that much like analysis to be done, because it's, you're playing the best cards in your hand. That's what sealed is.
Yeah, it's really like that format's really fun to play. But or limited in general in card games is really fun because you really have to flex all of your format knowledge and your game knowledge. But it's to watch it ends up being like it's hard to analyze the interesting decisions because you don't really know what they're likely to be holding in their hands. So like from a casting perspective, it is weird, right? And wasn't this, I think,
and you don't even know what the cards do. You're just gonna be looking at a bunch of cards you've like probably seen one time and didn't actually read.
It is weird, and I think that's it seemed like when, like James was mentioning, it sounded like some of the new guard that they hired to help kind of get them through road mapping the future of Lorcana, like was some of the person or people that chose the format for Worlds.
Interesting.
And at least if I'm remembering correctly.
I mean, he might know something I don't. That could also be speculation, but maybe somebody told him that. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, which it is weird to be like, this is the game, this is the format that we really care about is core constructed, and we're not doing that really.
Our 28 best players in the world are going to spend half a day playing sealed.
Yeah,
like at the beginning, like when the stream starts, they'll be building super sealed decks.
Yeah, which in like the Pro Tour environment for Magic, usually it's dual format, and it changes, or at least historically they would have historically there was usually about 3 formats that mattered in Magic from a constructed standpoint, or 2, and then they would do a limited segment. So like the Pro Tour, the synonym for this event would have had a limited component, and it would have had a constructed component, and sometimes I think usually the limited ones were first. And I don't know if that's to build up so that like you could see the really iconic staple. I think the cool part is to see like the iconic staples of the format that have really become the best decks with the best players at the highest level. Like ends up being like most relatable, I think, to the player base. And if you're gonna do limited, make limited important to the community. Like because I think that's where.
That's the thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch limited, and then we're gonna watch triple deck, and no one's gonna be able to glean anything from any of that because we're gonna go into set champs the next week or in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And that's not, that doesn't feed the meta. It's not useful data.
No.
Like because we're not playing triple deck in set champ, so that is strange to me. Like,
Yes.
one of the best things about the DLCs is the way that they reshape the meta, the way that on Monday after the Saturday DLC everybody comes in with these hot new decks.
Yeah, or the spikes happen, and you're like, oh, that's what happened in Magic or Pokemon. Like the deck that did well, if you were paying attention while the winner won that format, or you're watching, oh yeah, these decks are doing really well, then everyone's going to TCG Player and trying to buy that card, and it fuels this excitement in the Discords or in the group chats. Yeah, you're right. Like, this is going to be like, well, they won with this card that no one will ever play. Like,
yeah, it's like, okay, I mean, that was cool for that, but I'm not gonna ever play that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we'll see.
I guess they could adopt triple deck for set champs, but I doubt it because it's so expensive. It's really like, you got to build 3 competitive decks. That's not very like approachable.
No, and set champs is supposed to be the more approachable thing. I wonder if Swords are allowed to select triple deck as a format or not. But yeah. And Anthony says they do limited first because it's a marketing opportunity. Sky says, I do like the Worlds format. Makes my knowledge about the meta and skill matter more. Yeah. For if you're playing in the event, I think it could be fun. It's fun to have that limited. If you have knowledge of all the cards in the limited pool for the super sealed, like, you get to kind of flex, and it's kind of like let the best gamer win based on their game knowledge. But yeah, the translation for future is rough.
I agree. At the same time, it is like, there's variance in card games, right? That's part of it. I get that. But to a certain extent, like, whoever becomes the world champion of Lorcana, like, they pulled good cards out of a pack of Ursula's Return. You know what I mean? Like, It was whoever pulled the best cards out of a pack.
Yeah.
That's not why they're the champion, but that was a factor.
Yeah.
And that's a little odd to me as like a newcomer to card games.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I could see that being, especially for a winner take all. And it is their most, I guess what was the format for their first Worlds?
This is the first Worlds.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't like a penultimate event after set 1, or after like the first year of the game.
There was the North American Championship and the European Championship.
Okay, that's what I'm okay.
Which was normal, best of 3, like core constructed.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing so hard when James was explaining the format to me. I was like, why? Like, I think it was like kind of flabbergasted. Like, someone is going cowboy here and doing exactly what Ravensburger does, and they don't want, like, they want to reinvent the wheel when it's a good wheel. Like, the wheel is solid. It turns.
Yeah.
Like, and they're like, no, we don't need anyone else's opinions or advice. We're just gonna do our own thing. And then it goes wrong, and they're like, all right, so we have this idea. We're gonna do the normal thing.
I hear the marketing thing all the time. I think it's a little bit cynical, especially because this is like Saturday morning, day 1, like starting 5 a.m. Like, they're going to get the most eyes on the championship Sunday night. Like, I don't know. I think I'm not saying that's not a consideration at all, but I do think it's a little bit cynical to be like, well, they're only doing this because they want to advertise opening packs or whatever. Like, of course, that's everything they do is marketing. Like, literally, like the entire stream, the packaging, it's all, of course, it's all marketing.
Maybe Anthony meant something else by marketing, or can elaborate on that. But yeah, I think it's. I wonder what their goals are for, or that's why they're saying that's why Wizards did it, was for marketing. But when Wizards was doing a limited format for a GP or for a Pro Tour, it was for a set. Like, they do limited. It's like, if they did limited Jafar, that would make lots of sense, right? Because then you're highlighting the new cards that all the game stores are fully stocked of, right? Like, and highlighting the best of that format. I mean, Super Sealed is cool for the player, but I think the better marketing angle would be like, hey, help all the stores that are sitting on cases of Jafar like move through that product,
Right, yeah. But so I totally get it, Anthony, but you could also say, well, people want to see the new cards from the new set. You know, like it's just how you look at it. Like, yeah, they're marketing the new set, but also that's what the players are most interested in right now.
Yeah, like the spicy tech or something from that someone's using to win at, like, cause that's what happened at the North American regionals, right? Or the North American championships. Like didn't a deck win that was like not on anyone's radar? Cause like, right? Wasn't there like a out of left field?
Yeah, it was a popular color pair, but not in that way.
Yeah.
Right?
Which that's super sweet, because then like that's like earth shattering to the meta. There's like a new arc,
yeah,
you know, a change to the archetype, and then there's like hype. But yeah, this world's format will be like, okay, that was sweet, you know.
That was fun. Yeah, like, oh, good for them, you know.
Yeah, I love about, like, I was looking, you know, because I've been playing some League of Legends lately. They show this like, you like unlock it in the battle pass thing, or they show these highlights in the client of these like big moments from like past players or whatever. It's such like, the game is so cool. I freaking love the game right now. But like, it is really neat to be like, oh, I'm playing this champion and I can watch this highlight of this like epic moment at some crazy competitive League of Legends event, and you can like see it happen, and it's like still relevant. A game that's so old and a champion that's so old is still relevant because it can, like, you can learn something from watching that highlight. And that's I think that's you know, as Lorcana goes on, if it grows, like, I think even though the cards may not matter in the format that people are playing in today, like, maybe, you know, there can still be iconic moments with those cards, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, not to harp on it, but it would be a lot more iconic if there was a big crowd there cheering and when that moment happens, instead of 28 dudes in a room silently locked in.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's is Hall of Legends in League. That's what it is. Yeah. Not a fan of the prices of the skins. True. Yeah, the cool, like, my Genesis and cards was going to GPs for Magic, and they would have Channel Fireball or whoever was streaming the event would always have a camera on like the show floor, and you could just like, and your buddies would just walk up wearing the Kingslayer shirt and like put it in front of the stream, and then like the store would have the stream on and be like, oh, our team or our players, or, you know, Anthony or whoever was there at the event in like Virginia or something, right? And they're like, and like there's Grand Prix 2 to 3 times a month, and you would in the US, and so people would travel to them because they mattered, because if you got top 8 at a GP, you would qualify for Pro Tour, and that was like where you could make a living playing Magic, you know, in quotes, and like that was so special. So yeah, this huge missed opportunity not to have people there cheering them on or having some sort of viewing opportunity.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Yeah.
So Riftbound and Gundam, you know?
right.
But yeah, it's okay. They're gonna come back, and they'll listen to our feedback. I swear.
So if anybody in chat doesn't know, I've been doing Learn to Plays at both Fountain Valley and Lake Forest. I'm going to be doing one this Saturday from 11 to 2.
For Riftbound.
If you're interested in Riftbound, yep, you can come. We're going to do some multiplayer games so that we can get more people playing at the same time.
Sweet. Thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, it's a blast, man. Yeah, and like, I've had these cards for like a month and no one to play with, so it's very self-serving that I get to bust them out at your store. But yeah, so I have 4 different decks. They're they're called the preview decks. And we just play 4-player games, and it usually takes about an hour to get through a game because everybody's learning, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, we played 3 games last weekend. We'll probably do the same this weekend if you want to come check it out.
Nice.
Learn to play. Look at all the cool champs. Look at Yasuo.
Nice. Who's your favorite, like, who are your favorite champions, or like what lane or role did you play most, or do you enjoy the most?
You see it?
I can see a secret live chair, but I don't know the league well enough to know the champions.
You can't see it. It's Pyke. I love Pyke.
Okay.
I think Pyke's so cool. Sneaky assassin pirate guy.
Okay. What role does Pyke play? Like, what lane?
I don't know.
Somewhere.
He's probably a jungler.
Okay.
I don't know. I like the character.
Okay.
Of Pyke.
Love it.
Yeah, I like Teemo.
Okay.
Teemo's adorable. The playmat they gave me is so cool. It's Teemo as a bee.
Ooh.
Beemo.
Nice. Nice.
I like a lot of the Yordles. I think the Yordles are super cute and fun. Yeah, what about you? You got favorite characters?
I've been playing Jinx and I think that's been like, because I was watching Arcane, like seeing that character's arc and like playing and it actually being good. Like it seems like it's in a good spot, and not that I'm like very bad at the game, but it's fun to like to run around and smash other champions, because I think it's the one of the what do they call the acronym for like one of the champions that gets really strong and powerful and kills other champions?
Yes, the carry.
Yes,
The ADC.
ADC. Thank you. So that's been
carry.
That's been pretty fun. But yeah, I've just been like kind of unlocking them and playing different ones as I go along. But some of the range, I think Lux was pretty fun because it has like a stun, and then all like so you can stun your champion and then also like do like a lane damage ability. So it's kind of learning it all and being in the environment's pretty fun. Thanks, ADC. There we go. But yeah, I guess you're a support main. Nice.
Yes, so.
But yeah, it's been fun. I know Anthony plays a lot of TFT, or has in the past. I have not really dabbled in that much. But there's just so many good games to play, and you must like
TFT's really cool.
You must really struggle with the problem of like just having like there's so many games I would enjoy playing and just not enough time. Like how do you?
It's a huge problem, man. It's a huge problem in my life. Yeah, that's unsolvable because games aren't getting shorter. Like, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of it is like, unfortunately, is picking and choosing what's going to be popular versus what I'm interested in. But
Yeah.
I do still have, opportunities to spotlight things that I like. It's a lot of like, one for me, two for them.
Yeah.
Because the things I'm interested in that I want to put a spotlight on don't get a lot of traffic. Like people aren't looking for a game they haven't heard of, but people are looking for GTA, Pokemon.
Right.
Right now, Dune is really big for us.
Okay.
So I can cover Dune pretty reliably.
Is Dune doing pretty well still post launch? Like how's the game performing in your opinion?
Yeah. So it's a game that is like designed to have massive fall off because of the grind and because it becomes a completely different game in the end game. Like
Okay.
It goes from an RPG that you can play with your friends that has a little bit of like MMO going on, but it's mostly like an RPG survival crafting game.
Yeah.
Into like a hardcore PvP, like big team army based thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's designed to be like, okay, you finish the story and you can go now. But the people that stick around, like you're in for like some serious, like a big commitment to this.
Okay, like EVE Online, maybe not quite that crazy, but like that idea.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember on streams I would go watch the game and everyone was just like sitting in their base, like opening their like resource generating things and like looking at how many resources they were making. I was like, I don't know if this is the game I want to play.
There's 80,000 people online right now on Steam.
Okay.
So I would say it's like doing really
well. Yeah.
Really, really, really well. Yeah.
I had and more, for those that want active play by play, yell at us. But I have some other questions for you that may not be exactly Lorcana related, but we'll give it a shot. So, a question for you: what would you? I'm assuming you can see the analytics of your articles after they're published to see like how well they're doing in your competition. It may or may not be related to that. But what was your
used to be, but it's not anymore.
Okay. The in terms of like the last 12 months, like what was your best article in terms of like viewership and performance? It could be a game. It could just be a game, or doesn't necessarily need to be like specific about the game. I was curious, like what was like a hit?
Man, it's just like, it's like you said, time moves so fast that like thinking back a year, if like that feels like 10 years ago. Like
or like last 6 months or last 90 days.
I'm racking my mind to even think about what happened before last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had some really surprisingly big hits with Expedition 33. I wrote some like pretty like heartfelt meditative stuff about that game that went over really well.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I was excited about that because that's a game that's really special to me.
Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about a third of the way through, and then time has not. But I had so much fun. Like a great storytelling pacing is so good. I just need to go. I need to go play it right now.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. complaining about Pokemon Go, probably. It always is like a sure hit. I'm sure I had some real high achievers. Of
You
like
complaining is popular?
me complaining about Pokemon Go. Yeah, me complaining is popular. I don't know.
I know it is.
People bring it up like it's a negative, but then that's what everybody wants me to do. It's like
I think people like hot takes. I think that's where I have been applauded for taking risks with that, because I am really conservative about being negative about things, because I think I don't know. I like putting out positive energy into the world, but I think there are times where like you can still be critical, and rightfully so. And I think it's good. It's important to have folks like you that are not necessarily afraid to be bold with your opinions about something. And I think that's what people are looking for. So that's probably why it does well.
Yeah, I mean, I always want to be fair, right? So like I'm not afraid to criticize, but I'm also not going to be vitriolic. I'm never
Yeah.
gonna blame an individual developer, or I'm never gonna attack the developers for something that happens in a game. But I'll still like question choices, and I'll still like talk about when things don't work and things feel bad, and I think that's important.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm like you know, I'm not an Isla, but I'm like somewhat visible, and I think a lot of people at my level don't want to stir the pot. You know, I'm not saying that they're bought, but like it's just easier. It's easier to not get an email from a PR person that's upset about something you wrote or something you tweeted. You know, it's just easier to have people like you. It's not because they're like getting free shit, or sorry,
Right.
it's not because they're getting free stuff.
Sure.
But I think that I provide value by saying what people are actually thinking. Like I think that's better.
Yeah, or helping out and helping prevent someone from making maybe a bad decision on like a buying decision if they want to get into a game or something. Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, I'll have to check out what you wrote about Expedition 33, because I'm having a lot of fun with it. It kind of feels like it occupies that space for me, like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls does, where a game where I don't have very many games where I really take over the living room and like use the nice TV with the PS5 and sit on the couch and play, because I'm playing it on PS5, and like the only thing that can really demand that type of attention from me is a Dark Souls, like a FromSoft game. I'll really feel like I owe it my attention, and I'll carve out a section of my life for. And everything else is PC gaming, but yeah, for this game did that for me too, where I was like, yeah, this game is demanding me to pay attention to it, and I should give it that, based on like the types of games I like. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way. Like if I'm gonna like hook up the console and like take over the TV, it has to be like it's an event. It's like something like that's really important. And I just started Death Stranding 2. And I've got it hooked up to the the 4K projector over here, like, and I really went for it last night. But when I was installing it, I was looking at my PlayStation crossbar, and it was like Astrobot, Last of Us 2 remastered, and then Death Stranding director's cut. like it was like over the last that's probably almost 2 years.
Yeah,
those are the only times I fired up the PlayStation, and I play games every day.
Yeah,
but it's the PC or it's the Switch. It's stuff I'm jumping in and out of. I'm doing a little of this, I'm doing a little of that, and it's really rare that I go like, let's fire up the home theater, let's like settle in.
Yeah, especially with like my new PC. Like I feel like I owe my graphics card like some quality gameage, and so I hadn't played Cyberpunk, and so I installed that to like more of like a benchmarking tool than anything. I haven't really. I played the first hour of it, but I haven't. There's too many other things I want to prioritize first. But
my favorite benchmarking tool out there is in Returnal.
Okay.
So Sony brought Returnal to PC a couple years after it came out and put in like the coolest benchmarking tool.
Okay, cool.
Because it doesn't just like run through all the benchmarks, it tells you what it's testing while it's doing it. And so you can see where the strengths and weaknesses are in your setup, and like what's working, what's not working. And plus Returnal is just such an awesome game. I don't know if you've done
I haven't played it. Yeah, I've seen some footage of it and stuff, but that's I'll put it on the list.
Yeah. One of my favorites.
Nice.
Amazing game.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, Pokemon Go. My 16-year-old is very into Pokemon Go, and like I think there's a big event coming up this weekend. I think, right?
It is. GoFest is this weekend, unfortunately, overlapping with Lorcana Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
It's two opposite experiences. I'm gonna plant myself on the couch and watch people play cards, or I'm gonna go run around downtown Disney collecting Pokemon. I cannot do both.
yeah,
I cannot do both.
does it matter where or for the Go Fest, does it matter where you are? Is it just going to more populated places you get better stuff?
Yeah. You want to be where the most stops are, the most gyms are, because they're going to be flooded with raids.
Okay.
And you want to be able to play with other people, and you want to get more raids in because you only have so much time. So downtown Disney's the best though. Like it's just unlimited, and it's all so close together.
Yeah.
That's the place to go for Go Fest for sure.
My son, before he flies out here for the summer, is he's doing Go Fest, and he lives in Minnesota, but he's going. The Mall of America is where him and his buddies are all going. So he's like,
that's great.
That's
yeah,
the
that
spot.
sounds super fun.
So I was like, that's their go-to.
Hopefully they have good internet, because being inside scares me a little bit. But...
Yeah. Yeah. No, downtown Disney sounds like a blast for that.
For the in-person, so this is like global Go Fest this weekend. Okay. But for all of the Go Tour and Go Fest that they do in person, when you buy your ticket, you have to assign your carrier, because Niantic, if they're still called Niantic after the sale, but they have to go to each carrier and basically promote whatever their player count's going to be for each one, so that they know they have enough bandwidth for everyone.
Wow.
Yeah, because they've had in the early days of Go, everybody showed
crashing,
up.
Right?
Yeah, everybody showed up and the game didn't work.
Yeah, flew in from because there wasn't there one geolocated in one region, in the U.S. or something, right? People flew.
It was Chicago.
That's right.
Chicago was yeah.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't. Okay. But it was. I mean, could you imagine coming from another country to coming and the game doesn't even work?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Terrifying.
Yes, I could see that. I could totally see that. Yeah, that's let's see. Long Beach is also excellent. Yeah, more negative Travis. I'll work on it. I need to have a selective negativity, because it's I feel like I've got a lot to lose. So I want to make sure I'm being negative in the right way. I need to find safe targets. Let's see here. Technically, you can sit at downtown Disney and put up lures and watch Lorcana. You could do that.
You could. Yeah.
Yeah, playing at the Pike. Use the aquarium.
But what am I going to watch it on if I'm using my phone to play?
You have that double phone thing, right? Multitask.
I do. And my battery would last 20 minutes.
Well, you're going to get a second phone, so maybe just keep them both alive for a while.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on with our rounds here. I haven't I've been more catching up with Britt. But let's see. Are we going to have a round 4?
Yeah, Joshua took that one. I can't help but notice that when Blue didn't get banned, the Blue player took the match. I just want to point that out. We saw Amber Ruby in every match, and none of the Amber Ruby players won either.
Yeah. So you think and Emerald Steel was banned in all 3 matches? Is that right? Probably.
There was no an Emerald Sapphire was banned in 1 match rather than Emerald Steel, but otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Emerald Steel was the one that got banned.
Yeah. So maybe
the one time Steel didn't get banned, it won, that Blue Steel. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Very, very interested to see what happens, because I really think players are going to either be on Blue Red or Blue Steel, not Blue Purple or Blue Green or Blue Yellow. Certainly not Blue Yellow, but I will be surprised to see anything other than Blue Red or Blue Steel this weekend, but we'll see.
What I guess while we're waiting to see if we're gonna have round 4, do you have any bold predictions for what you think they may announce at Worlds?
So ideally we get the entire DLC schedule for year 2.
Okay.
And that could just be Worlds in July. That's fine, or whatever it's going to be. But I want to know every city and every date for all the regional DLC tournaments. I actually think if they don't do that, then they have a problem. Then they've failed. I think at this point we need to know the full schedule for.
And we haven't had a DLC since when?
Since November or December.
We need to have one quarterly at least, right?
Well, yeah, they were essentially one a month.
Okay, that would be
for
yes,
the first season.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, so we had 6. We had 6 in 6 months.
Yeah.
Plus Europe had 4 in those same 6 months.
Yeah.
And then Australia had 1 in January. So I guess that was the most recent one.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that was in New Zealand.
But yeah, that's still been 6 months without a DLC is rough.
And no plan, like no announcements. Like we don't know anything. We didn't even know what the dates were for World was until they told us at the same time they told us it's going to be closed to the public.
Right.
So at Worlds, they need to tell us all the dates for the DLCs, the cities and the dates.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily when the tickets go on sale, maybe not necessarily the capacity, but the cities and the dates we need to know now this weekend.
Are people going to be allowed to go to the DLCs?
Right. Yeah. Are people invited? After that, I expect a lot of spoilers for Fabled.
Yeah.
It's time for them to start showing which cards are getting rotated and which ones are going to live.
Yeah.
That's the big question, right? Because 100 cards in Fabled are going to be reprints. Half the set is going to be old cards. So we need to start getting an idea of what we're losing and what we're keeping. We already know we're losing a whole new world, and that's massive.
Yeah.
Like that alone is very game changing. So yeah, we need to start seeing some spoilers, and specifically spoilers of Survivors from set 1 through 4. And then the DLCs, and then honestly, everything else would be gravy. But they have to do those 2 things. That's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. The other one in chat was the let's see, a judge program. That would be surprising, but that would be cool. I think that people would applaud that.
Yeah, not at Worlds. That's not gonna get announced at Worlds, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think that's a weird place to do it while you have your unofficial underpaid judges there. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's one thing that they've never commented on. It hasn't been brought up. Even when they did their big next chapter, 2-hour live stream.
Yeah.
The judge program was not mentioned. And by the way, my Riftbound preview, that judge program confirmed 4 months pre-release.
Oh, nice. What do you know?
Yeah.
It's almost like Riot has done competitive game management before.
Yes. Yeah, it certainly was sitting there hearing the entire plans for the next year or whatever. I was like, oh, this is how it's done.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You can't have all of these things planned out.
Yeah. We got one more
don't
round.
Expect many good... Oh, nice.
Looks like maybe Mark on the left. Sorry.
I think so. Regalia said, don't expect many good cards to be reprinted, except most of the reprints to not be major impactful cards. Well, here's the thing. There's only so many slots per rarity, right? So 100 cards are going to get reprinted, but that means we're only going to get 1 legendary per color. So only 6 legendaries are going to get reprinted. So yeah, so while I think you're right, many good cards won't be reprinted, that's just a numbers thing. The legendaries that do get reprinted will be the good ones. It will be Rapunzel, right? Maybe not Diablo, maybe not the controversial ones. Tamatoa, possibly not. But the ones we get will be good ones. Commons and uncommons, probably not. We've seen Honey Wizard, and we've seen other kind of fan favorite or filler stuff. But I am very confident that maybe not every single one, but the legendaries we get. You say Rapunzel isn't getting reprinted. Do you know that? I would love to know if you know that. But I would be shocked if it wasn't. I would be shocked if that one in particular wasn't. But I think the legendaries, the super rares, will be good cards. Tamatoa isn't legendary. But again, there's only so many super rares, right? There's only 6 super rares per color or 8 super rares per color. So that'll be 4. We'll only get 4 for each color. Out of 4 sets.
Rapunzel is such an iconic card for the theme of the game and the color identity that I feel like we're talking about the one that when it comes in you remove damage to draw. You
remove damage and draw. Yeah, I would be flabbergasted if that didn't survive. That's one I feel very confident.
Give us
about.
your
We
source,
know...
Regalia. Give us your source.
Yeah, what do you know? We know Maleficent Dragon is the Ruby card, so like Dragon's coming back. Dragon had its time, but hasn't been relevant for a while.
Okay, it's opinion.
Rapunzel's probably going to be the Amber Legendary. I agree, Triple. I agree. That seems like a shoo-in.
Yeah, I don't have insider
the
knowledge,
rest...
or don't have insider knowledge or anything, but they aren't going to reprint cards that drown out the other options in those colors for what they do, says Regalia.
So I kind of do agree with that, but like Rapunzel is the draw card in Amber. What is it drowning out? What are the other options? There like
aren't very many
unless
other
Fabled
options.
has new one. Yeah, there just aren't other ones.
Yeah.
Giant Tinkerbell, yes, Giant Tinkerbell is confirmed. Yep. We saw Giant Tink. I'm not going to say Shun, but I don't see another option other than Mufasa. Yeah, I agree. Those are the two best options. Yeah, Giant Tink is exciting. I'm glad we keep... And again, that goes back to, like, iconic. Like, of course, Big Tink has to survive. It's perfect for steel. That's, like... It's a perfect steel card, and it's, like, an iconic card. Oh, yeah, Rockstar Stitch is confirmed. That's right. Yeah. Also not a card that's ever been played.
It hasn't been played once. Is Rockstar Stitch not seen much
Never been
life?
played. No.
Yeah.
The idea is there. It's a very much a build around card. Like the idea is there where you like get to play a bunch of free stuff and you just like top deck down. And there's ways to do it, but it's just such a gimmick. It just can't work.
Rockstar.
Giant Tink is surviving because of the ally path they're taking with blue steel. I don't know if that's why, but it definitely doesn't hurt. Singer 7 Ariel confirmed. I didn't see where that's confirmed, Sky. I'd like to. I wasn't aware of that.
Cool.
Yeah. It's fun to predict because we're essentially going to get one legendary per color.
That's a reprint.
Like, yeah, one legendary per color will survive. So like, what could it be? What could it be?
And probably not you're telling me it's probably not the Diablo that I just opened.
I don't think it'll be Diablo.
But
really
Diablo
don't think
is so loved by so many.
Maybe the most controversial card in the game. I don't know. It's up there.
For those in chat, if you'd like, you can actually make me open a pack using your channel points, and the cards will be going into our binder that'll be used for giveaways in the future. So yeah, just if you want to spend some channel points and have me open some packs, I've got a pile next to me. Just throwing that out there.
Those were my points, and you got a double legendary. So
that was good.
Like I was good luck.
That was Mulan and Diablo, just boom.
If I had to guess for Emerald, it would not be Diablo. It would be Ursula that double sings. Ursula Deceiver of All would be the card that survives.
B.
That would be my guess.
We're doing it. All right, finding a pack. I think I'm gonna go Shimmering Skies on this one.
Nice.
Oh, there's triple packs. Triple packs or triple B. Okay. Oh, they're going. There's 4 packs. Whew. Here we go. I'll just go to the hits. One of the things that loses its luster after 10 years is opening packs. Believe it or not. All right, here we go. We have a foil all fund out. Yeah, actually the question is, do you know what these cards do? That's a good question. What does Tug of War do?
It's something about support, I think. It gives something support. No? Oh, no, Tug of War, that's the Stitch one. It does 2 damage or... There's like 2 choices.
It's 2 choices.
You can, like, 2 damage to something, or... I don't know. I don't know what the second thing is.
It's 1 damage to each opposing character without evasive, or 3 damage to each opposing character with evasive, which is kind of good. I guess you're choosing one of those, but Tink is on the
uninkable. It's the Tink one.
The Tink. It's kind of good.
Stitch is on the other side.
Got it.
Playing Tug of War. Yeah.
And then the other rare was Radigan. Do you know?
Oh, there's so many Ruby Radigans. I can't keep track of them.
It's the Party Crasher. 7-drop. Uninkable. Okay, I think I have some more
something about damaging, deal damage to himself or something like that.
Your damaged characters get +2 attack. You quest for 3. Pretty, probably not going to, I guess, set 5. So, hey, not rotating. All right.
Not right.
I think I have some more packs open. How many packs we got? Oh shoot, I got 6 packs open. Okay, we're going to Ursula's Return. It is a evasive rat again. That's correct. Oh, it is Diablo Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're double Diablo right now.
Wow.
Bring it back.
That used to be a $50 card.
Bring it back. Why did I not open these packs? They've been sitting in my office. Why did I not open these packs a year ago or months ago?
I think I bought one when they were $50.
What are we at now, Diablo fans? Let's find out. Bring it back.
Probably 30?
No way.
30?
No way. Oh, that is the wrong Diablo. Is it really? It's $18. Okay, that seems more like it.
Okay.
18 bucks. Reprint it. All right, I got 4 more packs to go. There's a first chapter one here too. Whew. We're gonna go Azurite Sea. All right, Azurite Sea, Seeking the Half Crown, rare. We have Scar, the Heartless Hunter. Is this Scar see play?
Nope.
And Pleakley.
Pleakley very briefly saw play.
Nice. Is this from Moana?
No, that's from Lilo and Stitch.
Okay. Same. Right Island, wrong movie.
Nah.
You're like, no.
Moana's Polynesian.
You know, there's an island theme going on.
They are both islands. I'll give you that.
Thank you for the assist. Wrong island. My bad.
Wrong island, wrong movie.
Yeah, this is where I just sign off. Take it away, my good friend Eric. All right, next pack. I am doing a Floodborn pack. Also, let's reprint. If I get a hit, we need to reprint that hit.
Yeah.
That's the game we're playing. A Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan. I feel like he saw some play.
Oh, yeah, he did for sure.
And the Grand Duke and a foil owl.
Oh, hoot hoot. The 2/2, huh?
Hoot indeed. Yeah, the 2/2.
He should have got a Floodborn.
Into the Inklands we go.
My favorite set.
Nice.
When I was at my prime.
That was like when you're. This is the set you got your quad. Your quad.
Yeah.
Your quad win.
That's right. Yeah.
We have a Hades, 6-drop Hades rare.
Green?
Silver, whatever the silver is. Why can't I remember?
Oh,
the
silver. Titan, the one that does stuff with Titans. Yeah.
Yes, the hot-headed ruler.
Yes.
And we have a Simba, the Scrappy Cub.
Oh, Scrappy Cub. Yeah. Good one.
And then a foil location, the Forbidden Mountain. The art on that is great for a card that doesn't see play.
Yep. Cool card though.
Yeah, you do all that art, and they're like, "What does my card do?" It does nothing.
Nothing. It dies.
Yeah, awesome, excellent. All right, last pack on the 6 run here. First chapter. These have been sitting in my office a while, and those 2 Diablos have just been marinating. And 2 Diablos on screen.
Speaking of 2 Diablos,
what's happening? Here? Hold on.
Yeah, Joshua's gone full sicko mode in game 4.
Yeah. We're doing it. All right, first chapter. Here we go. So many good cards in the first chapter. Jasmine, Elsa, Control Your Temper, Prince Eric. Yeah, I'm sure you're a fan of that one.
Oh, yeah.
Cheshire Cat, Uncommon Bell, Uncommon Maximus, a Fishbone Quill. I think we've seen this card a few times.
Yep. It's been around.
Is that going to come back?
It's not even getting played now. I doubt it.
And we got a legendary Stitch. Surfer Stitch.
Yeah, the Surfer? Nice. Very
Love it.
nice.
Love it.
That one's not coming back.
Yeah, probably not.
I do not think so. But I have had a lot of fun with that card. And
Yeah.
there's an enchanted of that card, which I still don't have, but that's a prize for me.
That
someday.
was so the at Gen Con, the one box I was able to buy from Gen Con, which I think you also did. You go to Gen Con?
I did.
Yeah, and so I brought that box home, and Maddie got to open that box. This was so she was 7 or 8 then, and opened it, and she got the enchanted Surfer Stitch out of that.
Wow.
So that was.
Wait, was that the one in the case?
No, this one is in
Okay.
her room. I had
Nice.
I had 3D printed up a little like display thing for her, so she displays it prominently in her room. She's very excited about.
That card sat in the case at Lake Forest for weeks, and I stared at it every week. And then I finally decided I'm gonna pull the trigger, and it was gone.
No.
I missed it.
Like, this is the time. But yeah, no, that's and I haven't been surfing as much, but I was very into surfing at that time, so it was fun. It's fun to get a surfing
nice.
enchanted, and Maddie was like, "I'm the luckiest pack opener in the land." I'm
Yeah.
like, yes, you are.
She is pretty lucky.
She is. And Double Diablo's happening, and the Surfer Stitch is an awesome looking card. I just love he's holding a sandwich. There's a little crab in the water, or fish, I guess it is.
Yeah, and Pudge. Pudge controls the weather.
Nice. Love it. Yeah, we saw the new Stitch in theaters. That was pretty good.
Oh, okay. I refuse.
Are
I
you?
refused.
What's the on
Well,
the
kind of like your rejection of the man. You know, you're trying to get
Yeah.
out from under the man's thumb.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out from under the thumb of artless slop, which is what I consider live action remakes of perfectly good movies.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair. That's it's a claim.
Especially because from what I've heard about that movie is that it pretty dramatically changes some of the most important themes of that movie. Like, Ohana means family, and family never gets left behind, and yet, from what I've heard, there's some family getting left behind in that movie.
I think it gets buttoned up pretty well. I think the families. Yeah, I think there's some. I think they unleave behind the family towards the end. Not any spoilers. I think it's
Okay.
I think it comes back together. But yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I think the live action Disney movie phase seems to be like a really affordable way for them to just like kind of cash in on like the IP that's already worked for them. And I think some of those have like I think the mermaid one I felt like was kind of like hard to watch like visually. I felt like the way that like the framing of the story was not the story, but like the way it was shot was weird. Like making underwater content is difficult. Like
it wasn't no Avatar, is what you're trying to say.
No, Way of the Water. Yeah, it's hard to make underwater work. But yeah, and the Lion King stuff. I'm with you on that. I think this might be the exception to that rule in terms of like avoiding. Like I haven't seen every live action Disney movie, but I have kind of been avoiding them, and probably it's kind of a similar, maybe not as intentionally as you, but in a similar way. Like I haven't been like seeking them out. But I thought this one was pretty good. What did you think of the Lilo and Stitch live action movie, Maddie? Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Do you think
I also think
all the Disney live action movies are good? Or is there any that you were kind of like, eh? Yeah, she's not a critic yet. It takes time.
Yeah, and it's for the kids. At the end of the day, it's for the kids.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Bye, Mad.
Good review.
Yeah, yeah, one thumb up. Yeah, I don't know. What are the other ones that they've done? There's Lion King.
They did Aladdin.
Yeah.
They did Beauty and the Beast.
I didn't see either one of those because I wasn't interested in, and the kids I don't think really cared about. Like the kids don't have much love for those original movies. I've probably done a bad job of like really like I'm not a good like Disney adult parent person that like really like shows them every single Disney movie. It's more they kind of seek out the ones that are interesting to them on Disney Plus or what have you.
Gotcha.
But
yeah, they did Lady and the Tramp and Pinocchio and Dumbo.
Really, they did all those already?
Oh yeah, Tim Burton did Dumbo.
The live action ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did Peter Pan.
Huh.
Yeah.
We've kind of done them all.
Bad. All bad. They did Snow White.
Were any of them good, or did any of them get?
The first one they did before it turned into a whole trend was Cinderella, and Cinderella was pretty good.
Okay, got it.
I thought it was well done. It expanded the story. It added, it wasn't just like this weird recap, this weird like cover band version.
Nice. Johnny on the spot has helped me out here. Says I'm pretty sure Hawaiians are considered Polynesian by descent. Thank you.
Okay, but Moana is not Hawaiian. That's the point.
That's probably true.
Oh, Jungle Book was good. Jungle Book was
okay.
Good.
Oh yeah, I did. That was good. We did see that.
Yeah.
That was well done. That kind of felt like it was true to form. Let's see. There are adults who grew up with Michael Bay Transformers and think they are perfect movies. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, are there perfect?
That's
movies?
fine.
Perfect.
Maybe not perfect.
Perfect. Yeah.
But that they think this is what movies should be.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna turn my brain off. I'm gonna watch some robots smash into each other. That's what I want.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
Yeah.
I just think being like having distinguishing taste is important. Like that. If that's what you like, totally cool. If you think that's the same thing as Pulp Fiction, like you're incorrect. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay to like slop if you know the difference between like slop and not.
Yeah.
Slop.
Yeah. And I think the it's okay to like a movie because it's entertaining. Like there's the whole I have a friend that loves watching bad Nicolas Cage movies because like that's fun for him to do, and like that's not fun for me to do, but but for him that's like he gets a kick out of that. And I kind of remember
I love the Saw movies. I love the Saw movies.
Nice. Yeah.
All of them. And they're total slop.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think the Disney community, especially for something that's very important to someone like a Lion King or something, I think they kind of demand like, okay, if you're going to do a live action thing, it's got to be top tier stuff. And that like maybe isn't what's happening in a one-to-one relationship.
For sure.
But Joshua and Welton are in here. I couldn't. They're probably still in game 1, looking at the clock on the lore totals. But it has been a slow-moving game 1, unless it's game 2. I think we're still in game
1. Nope, this is game 1. Yeah, it has been slow-moving. That's sort of the thing with this Emerald Amber discard. It's a control deck, right? Like discard decks tend to be. So it doesn't have a lot of questing power. It doesn't even have a lot of challenging power. What it needs to do is do things like play this Kita and then play this Under the Sea to clear his board and like get control.
Yeah.
That's how he wins, but that's a slow game plan. So
yeah.
Oh, he's explaining Under the Sea. Yeah, he's in for a shock. I remember the first time I got Under the Sea.
You're like, wait a second.
I'll never forget it.
Everything?
Wait, everything?
We're gonna pull it up. That's I love the art for Under the Sea. Pretty awesome.
Yeah. So and it combos with that Kita that drops everything strength down by 3.
Cool. That's cool.
So yeah. So it makes everything weak enough that it can clear the board.
So Anthony says, give me Transformers Pacific Rim every day of the week. I actually don't think I've seen Pacific Rim, but I should. Also Fast and Furious. I pulled off the shelf because I'm next to my physical media collection that I'm growing over here. I found my copy Fast and the Furious. One of you sent in my our favorite fun movie. I'm contemplating trying to collect the series, but like it just falls off such a cliff after a certain point that I don't know if I need to go to all 8 or 9 of them. But the first one was solid times.
It kind of has a slump in the middle, and then it turns around once it like fully embraces just being a superhero franchise. And it's not about racing cars; it's about Superman, like punching helicopters out of the sky. It kind of circles back to being awesome.
Yeah, there was Anthony, our organized play. Anthony was showing me I guess there was I don't know if it's a popular meme or clip, but the one where like where. I think it's either The Rock or one of the main characters, like the parking garage is like crumbling, but he like stomps on it. And, like, by stomping on it, it like then crumbles more or something. There's some iconic line.
It rules. It rules. Yeah. They're bulletproof. Like they can jump off of buildings. They're just superheroes by like the 7th and 8th one.
Yes. Okay, so speaking of fun movies, the new Avatar is going to come out when James Cameron wants to excavate the Titanic again. That's my guess. Because is it delayed? I thought it was coming out soon.
No, it's coming out this winter.
Okay.
The new Avatar is going to come out when James Cameron wants.
What did it cost?
Yeah, I guess he's going back down there. He got all into the submarine thing again after that one exploded, or I guess it imploded.
Yeah.
Did you see him? He was on like CNN and stuff. He's like, us in the submarine community knew this was gonna happen. He's like, we've been following this thing for a while.
Well, there was
and this was a notable.
We watched part of the Netflix documentary about it, but they were talking. I guess they were just really ratcheting up the cash cow of taking people down there, for profit or whatever, and then just like kept cutting corners on safety, and then the accident happened. We haven't finished it, but it seems like that's the gist, is like they were cutting corners on safety, and a terrible accident happened. And The Rock is the greatest actor of our generation. Nice. I mean, some people. My brother-in-law used to work with me at Kingslayer. We went to Comic Quest one year because we were doing comic books, and like I can't remember who it was. I saw someone famous on the street like after Comic Quest, like in the Gas Lamp District, like and going to
Comic Con.
Yeah, what did I Comic Quest? I think I said Comic Con, not Comic Quest. I went to Comic Con, and yeah, I saw someone famous from some show. I can't even remember who it was, and I was all excited, like a little kid. Oh my gosh, it's this famous person, And he was like,
yeah.
And my brother-in-law looks at me and goes, "If it's not The Rock, it doesn't matter." And I was like, "Okay, well, it's not The Rock." But he was just like, "That's the only person that he could." And my brother-in-law lifts weights and stuff, and is into fitness, and so he's just like is always idolized The Rock. But he's good. He's a legend. Car in space? Is there?
I prefer John Cena.
Okay. Are you a wrestling guy?
No, he just seems like a cooler hang,
Yeah.
Seems a little more down to earth.
Yeah, I think that's I could get that. I could see that. I think they could both be a good time. James Cameron is one of the biggest Titanic nerds, and he's led many expeditions to the site.
Yeah.
Comic Quest is sick.
He did a great documentary, submarine documentary, Empires of the Deep, I think it's called.
Okay.
Empires of the Deep? Empires of the Deep is that Chinese movie that cost $1 billion that never came out. What's the James Cameron one called?
Empires of the Deep. The Rock is the greatest entertainer of our generation.
Nice. Ghosts of the Abyss. That's
Ghosts of the Abyss. Okay. Nice. All right.
Man, Empires of the Deep, that came out of a dark recess in my mind. I haven't thought about that movie in years.
Ghosts of the Abyss.
$1 billion they spent making a movie that never came out.
Empire of the Deep.
Yeah, Empire of the Deep. Yeah.
Unreleased 3D action adventure fantasy film.
This was going to be China's big, like, global entry into blockbuster filmmaking. And the CCP spent $1 billion making it.
Wow. No dice.
It never came out. Yeah. And they got one of the Bond girls. It's Olga Kurylenko, maybe?
Huh.
Yeah.
It's Hitman Best There Is. What are you saying, Cam? And
I think these are wrestlers.
Okay. And then CM Punk. Is that a wrestler as well?
Yeah. CM Punk's like the modern day John Cena.
Okay. Got it. Fun. Yeah, I know almost nothing about wrestling. I had my friends had those little like wrestling stuffed animal, not stuffed like when I was a kid. Do you remember these things? And you could like wrestle them. And like I remember that friends had those. And we would just like beat the crap out of each other in these like these like wrestling things. But instead we got Great Wall with Matt Damon. Yeah, there's chat is degenerating, but that's okay because we're in game number 2 between Joshua and Walton.
This is how we've been running the stream.
Yeah.
We're all over the place.
Which is great. I think that's the best part about the game store now versus the game store, Yeah, when we started, it was like you play Magic, and that's it. You know, maybe you have a Pokemon night to entertain the families. This is a Magic the Gathering store, and now we're talking about John Cena and cars in space and all sorts of random stuff, and
Beyblade.
And Beyblade and you know, The Rock. That's great.
I am just stunned that we have seen an Amber Ruby deck in all 4 matches. Stunned by that. Everybody had the same idea, I guess.
Yeah. People need to diversify, you know, diversify it up.
So this one, Travis, is called Whale Wave. Oh wait, you can't see my camera.
Okay.
I was about to explain
I
Beyblade
can
to you.
I can see your I can see your screen. Yeah. Okay, that's Whale Blade.
This one's called Whale Wave. See how it's wave shaped?
Sure.
Isn't that cool? They tie the theme into the shape of the Beyblade.
The name is the shape. Nice.
Yeah, and the idea of Whale Wave is that it excels at both up smashes and down smashes, depending on what the point of contact is.
Okay.
So you can have a very low build and try to scoop other Beyblades and knock them off center,
Okay.
or you can have a very tall build and strike them down from above.
I can see you put a lot of thought into this. How many how many hours of YouTube videos have you watched about Beyblade building?
Oh, a lot. Well, like I said, there's always a new Beyblade. You know, they're just constantly coming out with new ones, so it's really fun to keep up with and see what the latest is, because they all come with a new gimmick. They all have a new design, and they're supposed to do a different thing. And sometimes they actually do that thing, and sometimes they don't actually do that thing. But yeah, it's super fun.
Are there rarities in Beyblade?
To an extent, yeah. So there's like color variant rarities.
Okay.
There's like rare colorways. And then there are a handful of very rare Beyblades that you could only get from like the Japanese Beyblade app in a lottery. There's a few like that are just like super rare. The most expensive Beyblade there is $200.
And is it like fundamentally better, or is it like a skin that makes it expensive?
It's good. No, no doubt. It's called Aero Pegasus. It is very good. It's a meta Beyblade, but there's lots of good Beyblades, so it's not like you can't win without it.
Do you
it
own
also
one
has
of these?
a blue powder. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. It's too expensive. But it has this really nice blue powder coat paint like over the metal. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I got it on screen.
Yeah, look at Aero Pegasus. Mamma mia.
Yeah, why don't you have one of these? I thought.
What a beauty. Well, like I said, it's $200, and I got to order it from someone in Japan.
Come on, you got connections. You can make this happen.
Look at it, though. Aero Pegasus. What a work of art.
But that's just one of the 3 components of the Beyblade, or is that a complete?
Yeah, that's the blade. That's the top part. Okay. Yeah. So, but the numbers there. So it says 370A. Those are the parts that blade comes with. Okay. So they all come with a stock build.
Okay.
But of course, if you know Beyblade, you immediately take that junk off and put the good stuff on.
Okay. And so this thing performs well in use.
Yeah, it's really heavy, and this triple blade design where it's got like 3 contact points is really good for attack blades. So it's heavy and it hits really hard, and it's just like a flex. It's a flex to bring your $200 Beyblade into the arena.
At least it's not a $2,000 Beyblade, right? Like that's. Yeah. I can live with the high end being $200. Like that's I mean,
yeah.
It's it ends up being on the ridiculous. This hobby ends up being on the ridiculous scale for folks that are very know nothing about it. Like I always think about, I've had to explain to really elderly people what I do for a living, and they don't understand it at all. Like I own game stores and people come in and play cards, and they're like poker cards. Like no. And then they can't. They actually sometimes can't figure it out. So this is I was thinking how would I explain, if my business and my life revolved around spinning metal and plastic discs, how would I explain that to an 85-year-old person that was
it is one of the oldest games in the world.
Okay, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, you can actually there are leagues around here that still play. I'm trying to think of the name of it, but it's just like a piece of wood and string, and they do battle tops. Ancient Japan would have played with battle tops.
Spinning tops.
Yeah, spinning battle tops. I did order some very rare Beyblades,
Okay.
but it has a cool story. So my favorite Beyblade is called Phoenix Wing.
Okay.
I just think it's pretty competitive. It's a good Beyblade, but it's also just so cool. I mean, it's a Phoenix. It's like, and it looks like it's surrounded by fire.
Sure.
Phoenix Wing is super cool. So the guy so that's like the red and yellow one you're looking at there.
Yeah.
That's the regular one. The guy who wrote the theme song for the current season of Beyblade, his name's Tetsuya Katani. They let him design his own version of Phoenix Wing.
Okay.
And so he released, and you could only buy it from his website, and you had to import it and pay all the fees and stuff. And because it was so expensive with the tariffs and stuff, I bought 3 of them, thinking I'll flip the other 2 and make my money back.
Yeah.
So I don't get them till September. I ordered them in like March, and I'll get
Nice.
them in September. But I'm really hoping I can still find an audience for these rare Tetsuya Katani.
Hey,
Beyblades.
you've got an audience listening right now. You know, they might be like, I'm in. You know, hold on, I'm pulling it up. The download here. Boom, there it is. Okay, nice.
Yeah, that's his recolor.
Signature reskin, but same, functionally the same.
Yeah, functionally the same. Yeah,
Okay.
just his version.
Nice.
So that's that. I don't have them yet, but that's the rarest Beyblades I will own. Oh wait, that's not true at all.
There's more, but wait.
So I actually just got sent this from Hasbro. I totally forgot about this. So this is going to be for sale at Comic-Con. This
Nice.
is the 25th anniversary collection. And it's one Beyblade from each generation reimagined for X. So they work with the X system, but they're the designs of the original 4.
What's the X system? When you say X system, what does that mean?
So there's 4 generations of Beyblade. X is the newest,
Okay.
most recent one. And X is it's all of the other 3 combined, but its main gimmick is the X rail. So the stadium, the arena, has a gear around the outside, and the bits all have the teeth on them.
Okay.
And so when the Beyblade hits, when it spins into the side of the stadium, it locks in and fires off and spins all the way around and shoots down the middle.
Crazy.
It's called the accelerator rail. Yeah, and it makes them go crazy fast and hit really hard. So that's the X in Beyblade X.
Huh. That's really cool that your buddies at Hasbro hook you up with a sick 25th anniversary Beyblade box to the Beyblade guy. I mean,
I know. Well, they asked me to announce that it's going to be at Comic-Con, so I did the
Nice.
reveal.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
so they sent me one.
Yeah. So does it feel like there's a Beyblade resurgence? Like, is it something that like is got steam like somewhat recently, and is there a reason why it got more popular recently?
Yeah, huge resurgence because X is new. It's only it's been in the States for a year.
Okay.
So this, like I said, at Anime Expo is the North American Championship.
Okay.
They haven't done a World Series since 2018, and they've never allowed adults. There's never been an adult league. It's only been for 13 and under. So this is the first time since 2018, and the first time that people over 13 can compete. So
nice.
It's a good sign that like the organized play, the competitive side of Beyblade is like really growing right now.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anime Expo sounds like a blast. I've never been, but I've always heard it's been a good time.
I've never been either. I'm going because the Beyblade Nationals are there.
Yeah. That's cool.
And I'm covering other stuff. I've got interviews about, let's see, I'm going to talk to the director of the new Silent Hill. I'm meeting with Arc Systems to talk about some new fighting game stuff. So yeah, I've got a lot of other appointments while I'm there. But the whole reason I signed up this year was for the Beyblade tournament.
Yeah, it sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's next weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, that's when I have a bunch of family in town, but I have a bunch of nerdy family. So maybe we're doing Disneyland and California Adventure on the 6th and the 8th, I think. But maybe we like I pitch this, but it is kind of expensive too. It's like $100. I guess kids are 43.
It's kind of expensive, but it's inside with AC.
That's true. That's true.
It's just a fun thing to do with the family here in July
Yeah,
in
it's a good
Southern
point.
California.
Yeah, I'll keep that on the radar because that could be a lot of fun. I'll have to look and see like what kind of stuff is happening there to wander around. Some of the kids, some of the our party is 5 and 2, so I think maybe this might be a partial crew might make a visit. What
Nice.
days are you going to be there?
I'll be there Friday and Saturday.
Okay, cool.
I love Triple is questioning how Beyblade is a TV show, and I have so much to say about this.
Okay.
You've activated my trap card. Travis, you and I grew up. We're a little bit young for this era, but you know the G.I. Joe, the Transformer, like the afternoon cartoon.
Yeah.
Like the 80s cart. Like those shows were commercials for toys.
Yeah.
They made the toys first. Like G.I. Joe was created as a toy.
I remember watching the show of G.I. Joe, but it was like not very long before it transitioned into different stuff. Like that generation was ending.
Yeah. My Transformers was Beast Wars. Was the
Beast
CG,
Wars.
the computer animated
Beast Wars was sick.
Yeah, but all of those shows follow the toys. The toys are made and then they write stories about the toys because they're 30-minute commercials.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Beyblade is. It is carrying on that tradition, and it's so cool. Like, oh yes, consumerism, bad, all that stuff, but it's like a connection to this, to like the 80s kid. You get to have this legacy of like the toy show, and when you watch it, you really do get a connection. Like I know the story of my Beyblades, and it makes them more interesting and more fun to play with when you get to see each Bay's journey on the show. I know it's ridiculous, but we're talking about toys and we're watching a Disney card game. So what do you
I think it's a safe space. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what's always fun. It's like there's different levels of nerd. Like it's not necessarily a depth thing. It's more like I always thought there was like like LARPers were nerdier than regular D&D players, but it's like not really. They're just they're doing their shenanigans in like a different way, you know?
Yeah, it's all the same. Yeah, so I love that there's and it's still going. It's on Disney XD or whatever. The new episodes come out on Hulu every week. They've caught up. Like the English version comes out same with Japan finally, and they're doing the same thing with the manga. Viz has the rights for the manga, so you get the English version at the same time as the Japanese version.
Okay.
So they're like even after all these years, after 25 years, they're like still trying to make it more accessible and more global and like trying to serve the fan base. So it's cool. It's cool that it's kind of like Pokemon in that way. It's like there's a new generation enjoying it, and it's better than ever.
Whew. You're the Beyblade spokesperson of the year.
Yeah, I'll be a spokesperson for anything, man. I'm easy.
Yeah, it's cool. I think the IPs that have been around for the 30-40 years from our childhood that can find a way to get a good good product in the hands of people, whether that's a game or however that product manifests. I feel like it's going to do well because you've got this community of people that like have so much nostalgia towards it, and you've got the fact that Beyblade's like opening up contests above 13 years old is like laughable, but it also makes sense because it's like that. The people that are really going to spend money on this and buy their kids these toys are ones that were inundated with that marketing when we were kids watching these shows, because it was all we had. Like there was not like we had 13 channels or whatever. We didn't have these cable options. Yeah.
And the leagues I play in, there's parents with kids, there's groups of kids. The kids are way better than us always.
Yeah.
The kids beat our brakes off every week. Seriously, like a group of 13-year-olds. I'm terrified of a group of 13-year-olds that I play Beyblade. But yeah, parents and their kids, like little, like 8-9-year-old kids, are always there. It's really good for couples. There's always a lot of couples at Beyblade too, because it's so pick up and play.
Yeah, you don't have to learn the stack in Magic.
Yeah. You can go deep into Beyblade, or you can come let it rip and watch them smash into each other. And it's fun either way.
Yeah.
And you can win either way. That's the other thing. There's big variance. You can know nothing and come win.
Yeah, LARPers are probably the least nerdy of all the nerds. Nice. Yeah, I could see LARPers being like only about tactics. Like war.
LARPers are the jocks of the nerds.
And then Johnny says, expanding on the Polynesian culture, Maui is a Polynesian demigod that is going across the island, so you really can't rule out that she's not Hawaiian. Nice. He's really. I love this.
No, she's not Hawaiian.
Nice.
She's from. We know where she's from. It's Matanui.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it through it. That's all that matters. People who like Beyblade remind me of the people who watch NASCAR for the crashes. Not a shot at anyone. Yeah, I think there's some good stuff. I think like the Rock'em Sock'em like toys kind of remind me of that.
Yeah,
making toys fight. I think like Pogs, Pogs are like Beyblade but not quite as complex, but like still have some nostalgia. I know there's some people that like try to bring that back. But
or like Mighty Beans. Are you too old for Mighty Beans?
Maybe. Did these fight with each other?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the game you throw them into each other.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I think
it's kind of like Jax.
Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing these like on the shelf at toy stores as the kids were growing up, but not understanding what they were. But
yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Good old Mighty Beans.
Mighty Beans.
Yeah, and I think the new generation is going to be kind of screwed because like the content that my kids consume, it's all YouTubers now. So like the content that my son Ryan loves is he's very into Minecraft. He'll have phases of different games, but like there's some Minecraft YouTubers he grew up. This one specifically called Dan TDM. I don't know if you're familiar with, but like and like really cool, cool personalities, and but those are the things that he like. I think like that's like part of his childhood and his identity growing up, are like these personalities and content creators that they idolize. And same my daughter, who's 10, like there's certain channels that we've approved for her to watch, but they're like kid channels, but there are a lot of like kids YouTubers doing like family stuff. But those are the ones that she like kind of like, that's how she gets her marketing, right? Is like from the products being reviewed by these other YouTuber stuff. Such a different environment than just the commercials that we had when we were kids, or the TV shows.
Yeah, it's more like directly, unashamedly an ad. Like they're not putting in the effort to like write a story and draw a cartoon. Like it's like there's no hiding it. They're just doing a commercial. They're doing a what's the home shopping network?
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
That's just what their YouTube channel is.
She came into the bedroom last night and Maddie was like, do you have any work for me to do? And it was like 11 o'clock at night. And I was like, and she's very ambitious, but I was like, no, like, what do you need? She's like, I need exactly $55. There's this thing I want to buy. Like, okay, what is it? And some YouTuber, had reviewed that she likes to watch, reviewed these like high-end boutique marshmallows, like different flavor.
Yeah.
And I was just
the big square ones.
Yeah, but they were like smaller and they were like kind of boutique wrapped and all sorts of crazy flavors, like high end. And it was like she needed $55 and she calculated the shipping costs and everything. She was like, I need to eat these marshmallows. And I was like, this is what you wanted to work for? This is the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like whatever the new.
They're marshmallows you only eat if you're filming yourself eating them.
Yeah. Pretty much. I need to do an unboxing of these marshmallows.
They're content marshmallows.
Yes. Yeah, and she's very had phases of the like slime and different types of high end slime that you could buy and just use.
I was big into slime. Yeah, I did a lot of slime.
Yeah.
I get baited into buying stuff on TikTok like all the time. All the time, I get baited into buying stupid stuff on TikTok.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm pretty bad. Like I'll have phases where like I was on the journey to recollect my Dreamcast collection, and that's still it's been slowed, but I'm going to complete that one day. But yeah, I'm sure it's really hard for my wife to be my wife, because I'll get on some like oh, I need this to be S tier. Like I'll decide that I'm getting into this little weird niche of a hobby that's usually somehow Kingslayer related, but I'll be like, I can't go medium on this. I need to
Yes.
go max. And
Yes.
I bounce around to hobbies a lot, and then and I get obsessed. I learn how to get obsessed in a hobby, then I'll kind of shift gears and switch. But yeah,
I'm the exact same way. Yeah, my hobby is trying out hobbies.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
and you and I both disguise that in the form of work very well.
Oh, yes, and then turned it into a career. Yeah. Like, but if I could write about my new hobby.
yeah, that's I mean, I guess how much creative freedom do you have for like what types of art? Is there any articles that you like want to write for the gamer, and like your whoever's in charge is like, yeah, no, you can't publish that?
It's a balance. It's kind of like I could lose that privilege if I took advantage, but if I deliver enough of the hits, then they give me the slack to do the stuff I want to do.
That's cool. Well, it's nice to have
So-
some creative freedom there.
Yeah. Oh man, speaking of junk I bought on TikTok, so I was trying to kick the Red Bulls. I was drinking Red Bulls every day, and I could feel my blood turning into gack.
Yeah.
And I don't want to just like have a heart attack in 10 years or whatever. So
yeah, no, you're preaching to the choir.
I wanted to stop chugging Red Bulls. So TikTok sold me these caffeine pouches.
Okay.
You just throw on a lip, you know?
Yeah. I used to do some of that of the other variety.
72 milligrams, about a cup of coffee in a little pouch here.
Okay.
They sent me a whole bunch of flavors, and you know what? I like it. I like it a lot.
You're like, here's my link in the chat. I like it so much. I have a pallet of it in my turn the camera.
Are you interested? Yeah. I'm actually running a sale right now.
No, that's no, that I used to that would be dangerous for me because I'm very much I wonder actually how that impact, if that's any better for the heart if it's consumed in that way versus like in a drink form.
I think the caffeine is not the problem. It's it's the taurine and the guarine and all the other
weird stuff they throw in there. Yeah.
The acids and like all that stuff is what's like clogging up your arteries. I think the caffeine itself, it's kind of like nicotine. Like nicotine's not really bad for you. It's the tar and all the other stuff.
Yeah. I would argue on the nicotine front, the thing that I used to do all that fun stuff, and nicotine, the part that's really irritating about it more than anything is just the constant need for it. And I think that's the one I try to explain to the kids. It's like, it's one thing because it might give you like a moment of it helps with maybe a moment of stress, like it'll help with, but then you always have to go back to that well, and that's the part that ends up being like so inconvenient. Like I remember when I was like vaping or chewing years ago, but I would like go on just go on an airplane to fly somewhere, and you're just like jonesing constantly. You're just like scratching yourself, and like so that's the part where I think I know nicotine is often pitched recently as being like, oh, it's a stimulant for the brain, and it can help you like focus or something. And I think that maybe that's not necessarily wrong, but I just don't want to have to be like,
you don't have to need it.
I would be constantly like I would just be looking forward to the next second where I get to use it again. Where I think caffeine is like tough because I do drink caffeine every day, but I need to find my way to off the white monsters and slow that part down, because same thing, I'm getting closer to 40, and like I can just tell the monster consumption is probably one of like the next thing to go, the next thing I gotta shave down.
It's tough, man. Yeah, it's really tough because it just works so good.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just I just like it so much.
Yeah.
And it's not like smoking. It's like, it's not as taboo, and it's like, it doesn't make you cough up, and like, you can't really feel what it's doing to you, but you know that it is.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. How much did it cost TikTok for that product placement, says Sky? Yeah, it's true.
They're going to pay me. Don't worry.
Yeah. And Triple says, I'm either full send on a hobby or it brings me no joy. Yeah. I think it's,
I know exactly what you mean.
I know. I have a really hard time. Like the pitch of like, all you have, it's really the Beyblade is like, you can just pick up and rip, and like you don't even have to like invest in like having 100 components or whatever. But it's like, well, if I was gonna go in, I would go in. Like I would be the guy with the 100. I'd want.
I have to have every good one. Yeah, that's where I'm at now. I'm like, well, if there's a good one, I need to have it.
Yeah.
Like I know I only need 3, but like I should have all of them, right?
And that's all like the X system, right? They're all in the same.
Yeah,
system.
I only do the X. Yeah. So I was, when I started in like February or whatever, I was only 8 months behind. So it was
Okay.
pretty easy to get them all. But now it's like, well, every time one comes out, I need to get it.
Yeah,
Like,
well, yeah, you got to keep it complete.
got to keep going.
Yeah, have you met
Yeah.
any cool folks that you've like formed friendships with doing these events similarly to?
I have, man. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I brought him to Kingslayer.
Oh, nice.
Too. Yeah, got him playing some card games and stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've met a lot of cool people. A lot of those dudes have been playing it since they were kids.
Okay.
So they know every system, and their collections are really crazy.
Yeah. That's cool.
But everyone I talk to unanimously agrees that X is like an entirely different game.
Okay.
It's like it's completely reinvented what Beyblade is.
Is it in a good way?
They're just so fast and so strong, and the matches are so exciting. And back when they were plastic, they just kind of bounced into each other a few times and fell over.
Okay,
Like,
so
it's just a completely different thing now.
is this the first time they've been metal?
No. So after plastics, that was Gen 1. Gen 2 was metal fight. That's when they started putting metal on them. And then Gen 3 was burst. That's when
Okay.
they started bursting.
Okay.
And X does all of those things.
Cool.
It has plastic and metal and burst.
Okay.
And then it also has the rail system. But they're heavier than they've ever been. The launchers are stronger than they've ever been. And the accelerator rail makes them go so crazy fast.
That's cool.
You just get these really explosive games. Yeah, things just really smashing into each other. Man, I didn't know how much I'd be talking about Beyblade this week.
Hey, we're doing it. Yeah.
Look at us.
It's the accelerator rail. Is it spinning constantly, or I guess I don't understand how when it hits
No.
the side, it like all of a
Sure.
sudden like flies. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So here we go. So here's one of the stadiums. So the rail is the green part,
Oh, okay,
and it's got teeth.
okay,
And then the Beyblade, the bit has teeth on it too. So
Sure.
when they touch, they lock into each other.
okay.
And because they spin to the right, they go this way, and then when they get here, they shoot down the middle.
I see.
And this is the 3-point zone on the end.
Okay.
So you're trying to shoot down the middle and knock things directly down the middle and out of the arena into that 3-point zone.
Got it. I was imagining that stadium as being like 4 times as large in the way that you were describing the.
Are you flabbergasted, or did I lose you?
No, I'm still there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Either you're muted or I am.
Let's see.
Let's figure this out.
Hello. Can chat should be able to hear me. I can hear you. Let's see.
Dead air.
I can hear you.
Turn my headphones off and turn them back on because I couldn't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay. Chat can hear both.
That's strange. Check.
I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
I thought I just really blew your mind.
Yeah, I was like, it's just
You're speechless.
yeah. No, I mean it was. Let me adjust the picture here. Yeah, no, I was saying I thought when you were describing this, I was imagining that arena as being like 4 times the size of that.
So the Hasbro one is smaller.
Okay.
Than the standard Takara Tomy one, but there's different arenas.
Okay.
That have different gimmicks. There's one that has a motorized center ring that goes up and down, and if the Beyblades fall into the middle, they hit the accelerator rail in the middle and spin super fast around the middle of it.
That's cool.
The newest one's called Drop Attack, and the rail goes up and then off of a ledge. So when they hit the rail, they go and then drop down.
Nice.
On the other ones, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we're I'll do some research. I'll see what we can do.
I would nothing would make me happier.
I love how that a year ago you never would have said this. Nothing. What would I guess a year ago your nothing would make me happier? What would the nothing would make me happier a year ago have been?
A Mickey Mouse card, I guess.
Yeah. But now
Golden Mickey.
You're diversifying, and maybe next year.
I can't wait to see what it is next year.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's gonna be. You're gonna be like, I finally played Magic the Gathering, and yes, it is the best. just do more of that. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I think Riftbound could be cool.
So I am gonna have to balance 2 games.
That thought crossed my mind earlier. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, I don't know what that's like. I don't know what that experience is gonna be.
It's tough. It's like, well, if you're really into like, probably your biggest obsession right now, if I had to guess, is Beyblade and or Riftborn. Are those like the top two things that like occupy most of your time in terms of things you like would do if you had free time?
Yeah, I mean, Beyblade is really easy to fit in because like a Beyblade meetup, you can play 5 rounds of Swiss in 2 hours with everyone. So like Beyblade's pretty easy, and I don't have to build decks really. Like I just show up with my toys and play.
Yeah.
But trying to balance Lorcana and Riftbound is what I'm worried about.
Yeah,
having 2 card games.
Cam plays a lot of card games. He says it's rough. You eventually have to neglect one. I think, and Cam, you play like Star Wars Unlimited, you play Lorcana, you play Pokemon. That might be your 3 that I think Cam is Pig-Squeaks. That's who you play at least those 3 games. So yeah, it's going to be hard to maintain and at least to be competitive. I think you could pre-release lots of games and then just play them in a very casual sense. But once it comes to if you want to do set champs for 2 games or there's equivalent, that can be hard to keep up with for not just monetarily, but it's like I was doing it, and it's hard to just keep a current meta relevant deck for 2 games because like the metas change so quickly, and then like the $10 card that you bought last week is now $2 or whatever, and you're just like, well, that sucks.
Right.
Like,
yeah. I mean my collecting habit has already changed. I used to collect 5 of every card for Lorcana, 4 for a playset and 1 for the binder. Which is insane, especially now with rotation. I feel like extremely silly for the need to have 5 of every single card for every set.
Right.
So I kind of stopped doing that like 2 sets ago, and now I just like get cards I need. And well, I open boxes. I still like opening.
Yeah.
I'll open like 2 or 3 boxes, and then I'll just get the singles I need, and I'm pretty fine with that.
Yeah.
And so it makes me think maybe I can balance Riftbound and Lorcana, but yeah, like, am I gonna play both games every week?
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to. Right now, I definitely want to.
Yeah.
Oh, and Perez, is it Perez? Perez said, you gotta do Tomy and Hasbro because you have to spend $50 on an Elevate. Not anymore, my friend. Whale Wave comes with Elevate, $7. Get it on Amazon today.
Ooh.
$7. You get an Elevate. People have been waiting a million years for that. Sorry, Travis.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Hey, tell people what they need.
Tell the people. Yeah, Elevate was extremely expensive because you could only get it from a random booster. Oh yeah, in Japan, Travis, Beyblades come in boosters.
That's sick. That's so. See, now you're speaking my language. Can I?
It's actually awesome. Like I actually love it. Yeah, because there's a prize, there's a second prize, and then there's 3 filler in every in a booster, and you're only gonna get 1.
Okay.
In a booster pack. But yeah, in Japan they do them random. Hasbro does not do any random boosters. But the thing is, so the Elevate, that bit he's talking about, you used to only be able to get from the prize in 1 booster pack, and so it was super expensive just for this 1 piece of plastic.
Huh.
And now that Whale Wave is Hasbro released Whale Wave, you can get this whole thing for $7, and it's like an amazing combo.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
So I wonder, is it worth asking my connections to Japan if they can source Japanese Beyblades?
Oh my god, dude. Well, here's the thing. Like, 1, they have exclusives that we never get.
Okay.
2, even if we do get them, they come out way earlier, months earlier in Japan. So the competitive players have to buy the Japanese ones to stay competitive.
Okay.
Or else they're going to be behind. Now, the trade-off is you have to import a Beyblade from Japan, so they cost twice as much.
Sure.
So either you're going to have the latest and greatest meta Beyblade, or you're going to wait 4 or 5 months and get it for half the price. That's kind of how it works. Yeah.
Fun.
But yeah, like I said, Deku, they import the Beyblades, and every other week they get a shipment, and they sell out of all of it that day because everyone knows to go there on import day for all the new Japanese Beyblade.
Give that, yeah. Nice. Hey,
there's also a store in Little Aki in Little Japantown in LA, and they also import Beyblades, and it's also like line up outside the store on import day to get the new ones. Yeah, because there's just nowhere around. Those are the 2 stores in Southern California where you can get Japanese Beyblades, and there's one in Las Vegas that everybody goes to when they visit Vegas, but it's so nobody carries them. There's no stores.
I'm
that carry
learning a lot
Japanese
today.
Beyblades.
This is why we stream. This is why we stream.
Yeah.
Because every time we stream, we learn something. We teach someone something. Bringing communities together, and yeah, we're learning. We're gonna
Yes.
do. We're gonna do the.
Sharing my Beyblade love with the world.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I like the business of games, and it sounds like this community is underserved. So we're gonna have to take a look.
It definitely is. It definitely is because, like I said, like I don't want to bury the downside. Like stores don't want Beyblade because it's so loud.
Mm.
And when you have 4 or 5 matches going at the same time, it's like really a cacophony in a small space.
Yeah.
for sure.
I'm sure we'll just put it on Sunday with the casual Lorcana players. I'm sure they'll be fine with that.
yeah, they'll be super comfortable.
Yeah, I don't see what. Yeah, I see only upside here. We could put them outside, I suppose.
Yeah. If you had an outdoor, that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you kind of do have outdoor at Lake Forest,
Yeah,
don't you?
we could do. I would probably put it in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that the neighbors don't wonder why it sounds like. This is a
Yeah,
war.
if you had a little umbrella to block the sun.
I think we got, and we
man.
either bought an easy up or we might, if we had like an easy up set up in the back with a table, and because how many tables would you need to set up like 4 matches?
For 20 people, we'd set up either 4 or 5 to cycle through,
So
and
you
it would take 3 rounds to get through each
Okay.
like round of Swiss. It would take 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could see. I could understand the noise. The noise I could see being absolutely crazy. Would be wild.
Yes. Yeah. In a small space, it's a lot.
The park
really
could be really
dominates
good.
the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do the park a lot.
Let me let the dog out really quick. 1 sec.
Yep. What's going on in Lorcana here? We've got Blurple and Ruby Amethyst. I actually like this matchup a lot as the Ruby Amethyst player. Blurple is like a lot scarier than ever. It's sort of creeped in, hasn't it? Like it's been a thing. It's always been a thing, but it's taken just set after set, just a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And now it's like, it's pretty dang good. I think it really struggles in triple deck though, because if you play Blurple, like what are your other 2 decks? You can do Amber, Ruby, and Green Steel. I think that's what most people would do. Or you can do Green and Red and Yellow Steel, which is also like you have 1 deck that's no good. Or what's the other one? You can do Ruby Steel and Amber Emerald, which again you're saddled with the Amber Ruby. So I don't think doing Blurple is great, but look, here we are in round 4 and it's like working. Like they're figuring out how to make it work, at least here. I would be really surprised to see Blurple at Worlds this weekend, just because like obviously your Green Steel is going to get banned. Obviously your Amber Steel is going to get banned. So like that's leaving you with the Blurple and a bad deck in every scenario. I guess if you went Ruby Steel, then they'd probably ban the Amber Emerald, assuming it's a discard deck. But then you're stuck with a Ruby Steel. What are you going to do with that junk? Like, I don't think playing Blurple in like a more competitive scenario is the best. When you could do, for example, like blue, red, green, purple, yellow, steel. Like blue, red, green, purple, yellow, steel, you have 3 super competitive decks. That seems like the play versus getting saddled with like a yellow red or a red steel or a green red. Worst of all, like that's unconscionable. I wouldn't even consider that. So you need to make them earn their stripes like the OF players did at Found Valley. No shade, no light at nights in the rain. Beyblade in the rain sounds hard. Actually, like that sounds tough. I'm down for that.
Yeah, I feel like that's okay. I feel like we're.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Can you imagine the water spinning off the top of the blade? Oh.
I mean, I can't
wanna
really
make
even
that
imagine.
video.
I can't really imagine the blade spinning at all because I haven't played. But if I could combo those things potentially, yeah. I could imagine remember. Do you remember the pitch? Maybe this was before you were getting into the scene, but with MetaZoo, they pitched the 4th wall of the elements. Do you remember this?
No.
So they pitched this game, and it actually this is how it was played. Your cards would have buffs if you were physically close to a river or a forest, or or if it was nighttime. So people would bring like terrariums into this LGS to
Oh,
be
yeah.
close to the woods or a desert and that
That's
sort
so
of thing.
funny.
And then at like their Worlds event that they had, I think they had like, because it was in a convention center, they allowed them to use like proxy tokens to like represent those environments. But yeah, the LGS was really fun because it was like people would like, oh, it's nighttime out or it's daytime, so like this card gets better, and so you change your deck build based on like the weather. It was kind of a fun.
That's so fun.
But,
I like that a lot.
But yeah, maybe that design could be used and implemented better in the future, since that implementation was medium. Yeah. Magic in the Rain happened. We had a pre-release, and we would do this thing at Fountain Valley before we had a second or third store, where we would just like really want to just like get more chairs, and like just build the event out beyond the walls of the building. And then I don't know if it was actually rain, but the humidity and the precipitation and humidity combo was so high that like while you were drafting, it was a pre-release, and so they were building their decks and like making the piles of their cards on the table to like, you know, into different card pools, and the cards were just like the non-foil cards were just like curling with humidity, and like and you're just like, well, I'm so sorry guys, and like, hey, you know, it's a story, you know, like, okay, good, I'm glad we all feel that way. But we survived, we persevered.
That's awesome.
But we might have a match here. Or a wrap.
Yeah, a good be prepared, a well-timed be prepared. That's what you expect in this Blurple matchup for sure.
So
he's showing him his cards? Is that because we're done?
I think Welton conceded to Josh, if I'm reading the hand language correctly, and then just because most of it is Josh is at 17 and Welton's at 7, so I'm pretty sure Joshua got that. And it was probably 2-1 because that was a pretty long match. I'll confirm.
Yeah.
But that is putting us close to the end here. That was our 4th round, which was super fun to catch up and talk about all sorts of shenanigans, including Fast and the Furious and Beyblade and the new shop and all sorts of crazy fun stuff that's happening. The next couple weekends are kind of fun. If there's Anime Expo and there's Worlds, and it's kind of a fun time to be into the hobby of gaming related stuff.
I'm going to Funko Fun Days tomorrow at the Funko store in LA.
Okay, nice. What is that annual thing, or what? Tell me more.
Oh my gosh, Fun Days. All right, I'll try to make it quick. So Fun Days is a Comic-Con tradition.
Okay. Actually, let me pause you really quick. I'm gonna put a 3-minute timer on the board, and this will be for the giveaway. So we're gonna run the giveaway. There's a form pinned on YouTube and Twitch. Fill out the form. We'll do the giveaway as soon as the timer counts down or close to it, and we're giving away a playmat and a trove and a Cinderella single. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So Fun Days is kind of like a cult meeting where everyone shows up to worship their Funko Pops. So they traditionally have held this, you know, that like amphitheater that's behind the San Diego Comic-Con's convention center.
Yes.
There's like that big grassy. Yeah. So they would hold it there. They'd have like 2,000 people, tickets for $200, and they would sell out in half a second.
Okay.
There was like a lottery system. They do it. They do it every year, and every year would have a different theme. So the first time I went was Camp Funko, and it was like a summer camp counselor kind of thing. And there was a big stage presentation, and it was like framed as like a big party for Funko. But what it really was a giveaway, was a humiliation ritual to get expensive Funko Pops.
Okay.
So they would put everyone into teams, and then you would have to degrade yourself for a chance to get a extremely rare, like 1 of 250, 1 of 100 Funko Pop.
Okay.
They would give you a random assortment when you showed up. It's called the Box of Fun, and everybody got different stuff. And then after that, all the other Funko Pops you'd have to earn, and you'd have to earn by playing games like which table can scream the loudest, or have a dance off, and then they'd bring out celebrity guests, and they'd be like, here's Corey Feldman here to introduce the exclusive Corey Feldman Funko Pop, and sing a song from his new album and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. And it went on for hours and hours, and people really, really, really got into it.
Okay.
and then walked away with, if you were lucky,
Something
$10,000 worth of Funko Pops.
Oh, nice. Fun.
My box of fun had 2 particularly special ones. It had, so all of the Funkos are Freddy Funko as, so it's like Freddy Funko cosplay. He's the mascot of
Okay.
Funko Pop.
Okay.
So I got Freddy Funko as Wolverine, but it was a variant because he had like gold claws or something. It was a wand of 250. And then I also got Freddy Funko as Anakin Skywalker, but he was glow in the dark.
Oh, geez.
And those 2 are big. Like, I think at the time were like $2,000. Like right after the event, they were selling for $2,000 each. Yeah. So that's what Fun Days is. It's quite a spectacle. I'm glad I went. I actually made a video of it. If you ever want to watch it, it's pretty short, but I did like a little video documentary about how creepy the whole thing was and fun.
Nice.
So this year is the first year because they have this big store in LA now.
Okay.
They're doing a store version. So it's not 2,000 people all together. It's like by appointment. So they do like groups of 80 or something.
Cool.
And it's 3 days long, like all this weekend. So
cool.
I'm going tomorrow morning is my session. I got like a press invite.
Oh, sweet.
So I'm gonna go see. And meanwhile, I'm gonna link you my documentary about Fun Days. But yeah, it's a trip.
Yeah,
anyway, was that 3 minutes? I think I went over.
Got it. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's kind of like there's this resurgence of like I think like collectible toys and stuff are all obviously with like the Labubu stuff, the like all the collectible toy thing. I feel like went away for a while and then it is very much back again. The adult collecting toy phase. So it's cool. It's cool to see this different ways of like fan engagement is kind of fun to observe.
yeah, it is. It is fun. There was like a trading period and it got a little aggressive and a little bit scary because, just people with like huge wads of cash demanding your Funkos.
Yeah, trading. Yeah.
yeah. But it was fun. I mean, it was like manufactured fun, but it was fun.
Yeah, sounds chaotic. Cool. Sweet. Well, my friend, I think that's I'll be doing the giveaway part here for the next probably 5 minutes. So it's good kind of separation moment. But I really appreciate you hanging and giving us all. That was like, I mean, because we haven't hung out in a while. There was lots to talk about, which is freaking awesome. So thanks for doing that. And like this was a fun event to do with the triple deck coverage. World's coming this weekend and a lot of fun summer stuff. I'm gonna be probably off, not streaming for the next couple weeks, and some family stuff will happen. And then like 3rd week of July, I'll kick it back into gear again. But yeah, I'm glad the community got to hang out with you and learn about a little bit more about what you do and hear all your Beyblade shenanigans.
Yeah, me too. Let's do it again soon.
Cool, man. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it, and we'll catch you soon.
Cool. Adios.
All right, see you, man. All right, time for giveaways. And thanks so much to Eric for hanging out with us. He's got such a unique perspective in his career and with what he does. I feel like he gets to live out some of the old hobbies, the new ones, and it's fun to share and hear his perspective on what we're doing. So, and his Lorcana knowledge is very, very, very vast, which is great for me. That helps me kind of get through the stream. So it's super fun to have everyone here. The giveaway timer is up, so we're gonna pull up the stream and the giveaway. I'll get Maddie in here to help me out. And let me get the wheel. Oh, actually, I need to play the music like now. And I'm going to check out our feed here and see how many folks we have in the giveaway. 81 folks. 81 folks have entered the giveaway. I'm going to get the sheet up right now, make sure there's no duplicates, and then we'll get this thing going. And the rules, for those that are new around here, dancing increases your odds of winning. We've talked about this before. It's commonplace for those that maybe haven't heard that, but dancing gets you into the show. And there we go. We got the Triple B's already in there. Cereal Biscuits is already in there. Love to see it. And we're going to get our wheel of names here shortly. Let me get our usernames sorted. Make sure we don't have any duplicates. Sort by name. 1 duplicate. Looks like just 1. Sweet. All right, we'll see if we get our wheel of names up on the screen. Aha, there it is. Cool. All right, let me get my spinner. Wheel of Morality. Turn, turn, turn. Let me see if Maddie wants to spin. Oh no, is it gonna loop? Oh, they're taking the camera off. They're taking the camera off while we're live. That's hilarious. They're grabbing. Ah! Hide! Hide! It's hilarious. Ah! Oh, disconnected. There it goes. The. Okay, Maddie didn't answer. I need my spinner. It doesn't count. My spinner's home for the summer, so she's gotta get here and spin. Can you send my spinner? All right, bye. She's coming. Oh, Wheel's coming on TikTok. So stand by. Wheel's coming. Wheel. What is it called? It's called window capture. I need you, Mad. There we go. Wheel's there. All right, we're ready to do it, Mad. You ready? Third place is going to be is a Cinderella. What Cinderella is it? Hold on a second. It is the Cinderella. We did open a lot of packs. Where is my lab, folks? The two Diablos. All right. Oh, third place is the Jafar Trove. Here we go. The Jafar Trove. Okay, spin it for the Jafar Trove. Here we go. And for the Jafar Trove. Oh, we have to open another pack. The Jafar Trove, we have.
Jensen Milo 17.
Jensen Milo 17 with the Jafar Trove. Woo! Let me paste this over in.
More packs?
Yeah, in a minute at the end we'll do that. Jafar Trove for Jensen Milo. All right, next up we have the Cinderella. It is the Cinderella Stout-Hearted. It is I believe it's the D23 promo Cinderella Stout-Hearted. And let's do it. You ready, Matt? And let's see here. Remove and spin it up.
Okay, I am spinning.
Jose says hi, Matt. Tio says hi, Matt.
The winner is Phantom of B.
Oscar. Woo! The legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Nice job. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Wrong hotkey. There we go. Boom. And we have one more. We have the Kingslayer. Oh, I forgot to remove him. Going to remove him. Phantom. There. The King. Where's that? The playmat. Where's the playmat? Aha. Here it is. The playmat. Brand new Kingslayer custom playmat.
Kingslayer made this?
Yeah. Yvonne designed it.
Is it like Kingslayer's first product thing?
It's one of our first ones. See Fountain Valley, Lake Forest, Oceanside. Pretty dope.
Whoa, is it actually in the order?
Yeah, that's right. Heck yeah, it is. All right, spin it up for the Kingslayer playmat. Spin it up. Oh, want me to spin? You spinning?
I'm spinning.
Last prize. Here we go. And then hand me a booster pack. No, I'll get one in a second. And Maddie.
Rusha.
Rusha!
Oh,
Nice.
the
Santa Monica's there. We did it. We did it. Rusha. I think that's Mariah. I think. Not 100% certain. But this is the playmat. Congratulations, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. It was a blast. We had a great stream. That was very zoomed in, but we did it. We did it. We got all the way to the end. And thanks so much for Eric for hanging out with us. Thanks to Mad for spinning. Thanks to Sammy for being a dog. And we did it. Thank Disneyland. Appreciate it, everyone. Thanks for all the dancing. Thanks for hanging out with us to the end. We hadn't streamed in a couple weeks, so it was a lot of fun to get back together. Skydoll, Triple B, Perez, thank you, thank you, thank you. And time to walk the dog. All right, guys. Have a great evening. And we'll see you in a couple weeks. Probably take a couple weeks off for summer vacationing stuff, but we will be back better than ever down the road. So later on, have a good night.